All right, we are live. Welcome to San Miguel TV. I am San Miguel, and it is Saturday, March 26, 2022, 9:46 p.m. Eastern Time, and I'm here with Mr. Negi Sprinfield. What's up, sir? Introduce yourself a little bit if you want to talk. Go ahead. You got the mic.
Yeah. First off, I just want to say thank you for having me on here and giving me this opportunity. So I'm Negi Springfield. I'm sort of famous, if you want to, stretch the definition of famous. But people might know me from Torah Knights, which is what I'm going to be talking about. I have a lot to talk about, so
Right.
hope you guys enjoy it.
Yeah, and I appreciate you taking out the time to come on my channel because I do see that you do have a lot to talk about. You have a lot of inside information about many things, that tie into this Black Hebrew Israelite ideology. As you said, so you are a former member of a group called the Torah Knights,
Yes,
right?
yes,
That's actually how I titled the video. So that's Torah Knights, Knights with a K, right?
Yep.
Dude, what's that name supposed to be? Like, where does that come from? Why did they choose that? Do you know?
That's something that I don't know the exact origins of. I just know there was a Hebrew name that was applied to it. But while I was in it, the name was just Torah Knights. It never had the exact Hebrew name, but there was one.
Okay. And what's the name of this leader of the group? Is there just one leader? How does it work?
He was basically the most visible person in the group, and he didn't call himself a leader, but he almost was. His name was Judah Nazareth. It still is, but
Right. Yeah.
for historical context, that is still his name, but that was his name when I was in there.
Right. Yeah. I've definitely heard of this guy. He's I guess he's known at least in the Hebrew Israelite community. How many followers do you think he has?
He at least has 1,000 subscribers. I'm not sure what he's up to now, but
Right.
I just know he's got big influence, which, in my opinion, is a bad thing. But
Right. All right. Well, yeah, man. So we're just gonna get into it. I'm gonna ask you just some questions about that because I'm not too familiar with the group, and I don't think the people that watch my channel are familiar with the group because I just haven't spoken about them. I don't know much about them. I definitely heard of them. They pretty much call themselves Black Hebrew Israelites, right?
they don't call
Oh, right.
themselves that, but
They don't call themselves Black, right?
certain things they do tie into the whole Black Hebrew Israelite thing.
Got you. Like they use Deuteronomy chapter 28, I'm guessing.
Yeah, they use that. They use the name of Yahweh. They use other things that tie them in there.
Right. So they use the name Yahweh.
Yes.
Okay.
And when I was in the group, it was Yahweh Kod, which means Yahweh is one. It comes from the Torah itself.
Okay. Got you. All right. That's interesting. So how long were you in there?
I was in there for 5 years, but I think maybe I spent less than a year before I was a visible member of the group. I was commenting on Judah's videos and stuff, so roughly 5 years.
Okay. Yeah, and I found out about you through Killer B, the Witchfinder General's channel, which if you guys don't know who that is, you better get familiar because the dude is putting out some great content. I've actually had him on my channel before, and we had a great 2 hour, 3 hour, live. And even before we went live, we were talking on the phone, and I wish we would have just went live on all those conversations because he has so much information, and that's what I see that you have too. You have a lot of insight, and you understand not just the doctrines, but the psychology behind why people, get into these cults in the first place. So would you consider the Torah Knights group a cult?
If it wasn't a full-fledged cult, then it had definitely a lot of things in common with cults, and that's basically why I started talking about that subject and exploring the things that go along with that kind of, what kind of people join those groups, that kind of thing. And I expanded because I started realizing that there was a lot more to it than just cults. It was
Right.
all kinds of manipulative groups,
Right.
from gangs to secret societies to other things.
Yep. That's I mean just with the gang culture, I that's something I've been noticing lately too, that there's a lot of manipulation, psychology, the group think, yeah, stuff like that. And even with groups like BLM, which is not it's a very loose group and people just attach themselves to it. But these people that usually like to back and support BLM, they do similar things that the Hebrew Israelites do, like group guilt,
Yeah,
yeah.
if I can say something about that, what's kind of funny is or tragic is that people think that if something is not organized,
Mhm.
like extensively organized, they think that somehow that means that it's not as dangerous. In my experience, in my research, it's more dangerous the less organized it is because people tend to do what they want to do rather
Mm.
than following rules and that kind of thing. So less organization tends to be very dangerous.
Did Killer Be the Witchfinder General speak on that topic recently? I thought I watched the video of him talking about that.
I talked about the fact that people were or people within that organization or group was scamming people
Okay.
because that came to light that there was some scamming going on with Black Lives Matter, but
Right, right.
yeah,
Well,
he
I
might
mean
have.
more specifically with like groups that tend to be organized, that are like cults pretty much, and versus just like these loners, that you like I don't know if I don't know where I saw this, but it was a topic I believe on KB's channel yesterday, I think. And it was pretty much saying, I think the title was that these loners are worse than the groups. Like, and I've been thinking about that for a while. Do you? Why do you think that is?
It's because when you don't have a hierarchy of any kind, then what happens is people tend to view themselves as like, big they see themselves as bigger than they really are. So
Right.
these people will actually start acting autonomously. So it's like you got a whole bunch of leader type people who aren't
Yeah.
really fit to lead. It's like it's
Right.
mind blowing. It's really scary.
Yeah, I think that's well said. I think about a person like Peter Moses. You ever heard of him?
No, but
Yeah.
what was
Peter
he?
Moses was a Hebrew Israelite. I don't know how he learned and what group if he ever was a part of a group, but he was one of these loners that ended up killing a child. I forget what city. I think it was or what state. I think it was South Carolina or North Carolina. But he killed a child that he thought was gay. You ever heard
I
that?
mean, that's pretty messed up. But what I thought of instantly was there was a guy who was a Mormon weirdo, and
Hmm.
he did something almost similar to that. He believed that he was a prophet of some sort, and that he had received an order from God to kill a woman and a baby. And
Hmm.
he actually showed this order to different people, and nobody even thought to try and stop this dude. But
Right. Right.
that's just really messed up, and that's what happens when you get these people who don't have direct ties to any, like, group or organization. It's
Right.
like most of the people who watched Torah Knights were all, like they weren't even really part of the group, they were just watching, and
Right.
they were
So,
basically like
so yeah. So that's why I'm like, okay, as far as how do we even determine how many followers this guy Judah Nazareth actually has? Because it's like, some of these people are just subscribers. So I guess, I mean, we could go by that count. Sometimes I do that with the Hebrew Israelite groups just to compare, on YouTube. That's a good way to kind of, see what's going on with them, at least on YouTube. Because
and
a lot of
if
these
if
places
if we
they
go if we
go up.
go by that, it's still pretty scary because, I
Yeah.
mean, it's scary to think that he has 1,000, people that are on his side. I don't even like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, even 50 is scary for a person who can, wield some power and manipulation over a whole group. and have them swayed and all think and do something in unison.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember when it was like, we would just go after people and it was like a swarm attack. It was really weird, but
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, we definitely need to keep. I mean, I like to keep a close eye on these groups because they're all up in our community, in the Black Hispanic community. Which leads me to something that's obvious here, which is you're white. How the hell did you get into a Black Hebrew Israelite group? Being
it
a white guy who's like the enemy to them. Can kind of go through that a little bit, and what was the whole environment regarding your race? Being
it
around
it
black
was it was kind of a weird thing because, like I said, I spent some time just commenting on Judah's videos and stuff, so I had to show that I knew the Bible. It wasn't like I slid in on some affirmative action type thing because
people.
I certainly didn't.
Right, right,
I showed that I had some knowledge of the Bible and that I was not just your average white guy.
right.
And
Okay.
it wasn't easy. I ran into a whole bunch of things that I probably wouldn't have run into if I wasn't, a white guy, but I also, I really put in
Yeah.
a lot of effort. So,
I mean, even me as a Dominican Hispanic, I definitely ran into some issues with the doctrine, especially that I mean, we don't. I was in the ICGJC, the Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ, so they went through some changes, and every group has their little has their little tweaks and differences. So the ICGJC did not allow any white people in. They wouldn't allow it. Um, there have been some white people, or according to what we know, that have come into the congregation, but they won't say that these are Edomites and they can be saved. They'll say, "Oh, these people have this. They seem like an Israelite, and they're probably Israelite, and that's what led them here. So the Lord led them here, and it's all They just kind of confirm that this person is not white. He must be an Israelite because he's following the doctrine. But so Torah
well,
Knights
what
didn't do that.
what kind of happened is a lot of things were happening that I wasn't aware of at the time when I was in the group. But since I've left, I've learned a lot of things that weren't, public.
Got
Like Killer B was like defending me, in the background all the time. It was like,
Yeah.
I had
Oh,
no
was
clue.
he in the group too?
Yeah, Killer B was in the same group as me. In
Oh,
fact,
okay.
that was the last one he was ever in. But
Right. He was in multiple groups. Yeah, I know. I see. I know. I've heard of the group, and I've seen the channels. I've seen some of Judah Nazar's videos, but it never caught my attention like for more than a few minutes. So
yeah, yeah,
I don't know
I,
much
I, I
about
I
him.
really can't blame you because even when I was in the group and I kind of tried to bring my own brand of entertainment, uh,
Yeah.
things could get very boring. I mean, it was not, for one, Judah didn't really know what he was talking about. Like he was winging it sometimes. I
Hmm.
learned that later.
So winging it like he's starting a class or something, and he's just doing whatever just
Like when he was coming up with doctrine like that Temple Man thing.
okay.
I
What's
mean,
that? Oh,
it's something that he got from a Jewish source, and
yeah.
he later claimed that Yahweh gave it to him.
Okay, gotcha. That he definitely sounds like that's definitely a cult leader type of move right there.
Mhm.
The
Yep.
Lord told me. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the group that I was in, the leader was Tazadakia Jermaine Grant, who's now deceased. I learned just watching him over the years, and then deprogramming, leaving, and then starting my channel, and then learning about cult manipulation and cult tactics. I found myself listening to a lot of former cult members that are now are trying to help get people out and help people identify how to determine what a cult is, what are the key factors of a cult. And I came across a man who used to be part of a group called the Moonies, named Steve Hassan, and he created this bite model which those 4 letters of the word bite all stand for a certain type of manipulation that if you find at least 2, you might be in a cult. If you find 3 or 4, it's definitely some red flags that this is a cult. Behavior control is what the B stands for. Information control is the I. Time control is the T. And then emotional control is E. So those are the 4 key factors that Steve Hassan, likes to say, look out for these signs. And the ICGJC hit on all 4 of those. So can you think of any type of manipulation where, I think with the time manipulation, we can easily say that just having to, did you have to be a part of a live? If you weren't on the live, did you get in some type of trouble or get reprimanded or anything like that? How strict?
No. It wasn't like that, but it was just it was funny because maybe some of the other people got chewed out for things, but I know that there wasn't a mandatory anything. It was,
Okay, gotcha. All right. Well, so that's, at least we know that much. So doesn't seem like this group is so much like an ICGJC or IUIC where you have to pay tithes. Did they make you pay tithes?
no.
Okay.
One of the things that you'd always hear is that Judah never wanted anyone's money. He just took your time. It wasn't mandatory, but what happened is you'd end up doing a lot of things, for him. Like I felt kind of compelled to help him with things. Like
Okay.
I would do research on topics and then I would give him the information and he would never give me credit. It was like,
Wow. He'll
it was
take all
like
the
weird.
credit.
It was weird because at the time I was just happy that he was using what I gave him because
Oh yeah, yeah.
it was just sometimes he wouldn't even use it and it would just be like,
Yeah. Yeah, that's usually how it goes with the cult leader, cult member dynamic. It's like you're just happy that this person even acknowledges you. It's like, it's crazy. But yeah, so I want to just learn a little bit more about this group because they definitely already sound different, a lot different than these other Hebrew Israelite groups, which is good. I think I'm all for people just believing in whatever the hell they want to believe. So I'm not on, I make videos on my channel speaking against, mostly Black Hebrew Israelites. That's my main focus on my channel because I'm a former Black Hebrew Israelite. So I see the dangers in believing in this type of thing. So I've been saying for a while they need reformation. I'm not trying to destroy or wipe them out and just that's not going to happen. We
yeah,
just have
yeah.
to find a way to deal with them.
One thing that I can say about that is that my channel is about all kinds of things. So it's not just cults, but I definitely do cover all kinds of groups that do the same kind of things. I'm basically trying to get people to avoid the trap, no matter what the trap looks like.
Yeah, gotcha. All right, yeah, man. So we got somebody on the live here. I think he's talking to me, so we could just ignore
Uh,
him for now. I'll address you later, Israel, for real.
is it on YouTube or what?
Yeah, this is on YouTube. I only
Okay.
go live on YouTube. I want to start going live on other platforms, but yeah, this guy was in my comment section. He's a Hebrew Israelite. But yeah. So back to your story, pretty much, Negi. So you were in there. You said 5 years, right?
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, 5 years.
okay. So there's no ranking structure up in that place, right? Like
There wasn't, but there was at least one guy who I don't know what he was thinking. He thought he was the general.
general.
I don't know what was going on with him. He's a weird dude.
Okay. Yeah. Being in that in ICGJC, all these groups have some really eccentric people from GMS to the AOC group, and there's so many groups I can't keep track. They just keep coming out of nowhere, and it's because of the internet. It's because of YouTube. But a lot of these other groups though are they're pretty much based they'll gather together. There's scriptures that say gather together, O nation not desired, and get together for these high holy days, Leviticus chapter 23. So did you ever have to get together? Did you ever meet this leader, Judah Nazareth? Because from what I understand, he doesn't even live in the United States.
No, he doesn't live in the United States. He lives in Japan, and I did actually go see him once.
Mhm.
I could have done so many things in Japan, but I just wanted to see him and meet him in person.
Wow. So you went out to Japan and you met this Judah Nazareth character, huh?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So then this group teaches, or at least he teaches to the group, that Edomites, right? White people are
Mhm.
Edomites to them, right? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
That they can be saved, right?
Well, he
What?
he 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 did say that, but he also said, behind my back, he said that, Edomites can't be saved. It was weird because he would say one thing in public and then another thing in private.
Right, right. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, that's that reminds me of the cult leader, that I was a part of, man. It's they'll make rules and then they don't follow those rules. Because they're above that is how they look at it. But yeah, this guy is already sounding like a typical cult leader, narcissistic, sociopath, all of that. It's like
I
that's
I
usually what
mean I
guys
mean,
are.
he definitely was, and this kinda ties into why I left the group. It's because he showed himself to be a complete wicked, human being, and he flipped out on somebody who I would later find out was actually a piece of crap too, but,
Hmm,
I didn't know that at the time. I just saw Judah flipping out on somebody.
got you.
Like, he flipped out, like, in a way that it was pretty bad. It was pretty,
Right,
and he
right.
still does this. He does this to people.
Hmm. So how many subscribers did you say he had, or because I think his channel got shut down, right?
He lost his channel at one point, and I helped him get it back.
Mhm.
I actually helped him to get it restored by YouTube.
Got
As of right now, I think he has more than 1,000. Like I said, I don't know the exact number, but it's still
you.
that's not cool in my book. But whatever.
Yeah, no, it's not. But at least it's something different there. There's all these groups are popping up now that call themselves Hebrew Israelites. They'll have their added doctrines or something that they tweak, but there's a basic foundation of like doctrines that they all teach, and that's what I'm trying to get to here, just to see what's the differences. Because I found that there's a group called Gathering of Christ Church, GOCC, which
What's really funny is we used to have a guy in our group that was in Australia, and
okay,
he was a member of GOCC when he was still with Torah Knights, and it was absolutely crazy because we found that out after the fact.
gotcha. Yeah, there's so GOCC is another group that reminds me of the Torah Knights group, because they also allow other nations to come and partake in the salvation, which they do teach that was, or at least what I mean was, exclusively to the Hebrew Israelites, I guess, at some point, and then it changed, right? So then, is that what's taught in Torah Knights? Do they teach that Jesus Christ changed that? Or
They didn't they
always
didn't
able to be saved?
they didn't really they didn't like the whole Jesus thing. Judah was hostile to Christianity.
Mhm.
Many of his videos were against it, and there was actually a time when I was a born again believer sitting there listening to him doing his whole anti-Jesus spiel, and
Gotcha.
he never knew because I never said anything. I just kept my mouth shut, but that was surreal.
Gotcha. This guy that's on here talking, he's actually trying to address me. I don't think he was asking you, why did you run off? I'm
Well,
gonna comment to him real quick, but
either way, I'm just
yeah, no,
telling him.
go ahead and explain why. Yeah, what happened?
Yeah,
Why did you leave?
what I leave, it's simple. Judah flipped out on another dude who's also named Judah. Jeremiah Judah 7,000. And I gotta say, I gotta be 100% honest with you. If I had known what I had known about, if I knew then what I know now, I wouldn't have minded. I probably would have been laughing as Judah was screaming at him. I probably would have been laughing
Gotcha.
because that dude is he's about to go to prison as we speak.
Really?
That man is about to get thrown under the jail.
Oh my God. For
So
what?
it's for just being a many different colors of deviant.
Gotcha.
He's
Gotcha.
he is a freak.
Wow. I mean, I've heard some things on KB, Killer B, the Witchfinder General's channel about him being into trans women or
Yeah, yeah. He told me stuff in private, and I'm not gonna say it because it's just like YouTube is funny with that kind of thing. But
gotcha.
I just I would have let Judah rip his face off,
Wow. Wow.
and I probably would still be in Torah Knights. But I'm grateful that that happened. I'm very grateful.
Okay. All right. So we just have, I guess, a question directed at you from Brooklyn Outlaws. This is a former ICGJC Hebrew Israelite member also. And he's asking if you were a white Hebrew Israelite, which, yeah, that's, I mean, yeah, go ahead and answer that.
Almost, but what I was is I was someone who came into it having already had exposure to camps, so I was already knowing that white people were Edomite. So I
Right.
went in there as someone who considered himself an Edomite, so it was a little bit different. I wasn't trying to put myself in the Israelite thing at all. I was just, I was the token white boy Edomite.
Got you. Got you. Yeah. And were you always around, like, I guess, blacks or Hispanics? Was that like kind of a thing you was raised
Not
around?
not really. I don't really have much background with either one, but
Mhm.
I do actually speak a lot of Spanish.
Gotcha.
The day you were trying to speak it to me, it wasn't. I don't use it every day, but I do know quite a bit.
Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha.
So I'm familiar with both. Plus, I know black people, but yeah,
Some black history.
I've
you were
read
talking
about
about
things.
Rasta.
I've read about things. I've watched things, and all that. So it's kind of
Yeah,
funny and weird to
yeah.
me.
All right. Well, I mean, we're gonna get into some more stuff, but just we have another question. I want to kind of address these people here. So, why would you do that? Wouldn't they treat you like shit? So, I guess he's asking, why would you join as a white?
When I joined, I think I impressed Judah with my knowledge, and I think he treated me, very good, even when it was things that, even when I was in the wrong, he was ready to defend me. It was a little bit strange then,
Hmm,
and now it's even weirder. But the funny thing is that whole thing flipped. But whatever. When I
right.
was in the group, it's like he 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 and a lot of other people would treat me very well. I mean, I'm not gonna lie and say they didn't. They treated
Okay.
me very well, but some people they didn't like me, but I didn't run into too much of that. But it was just, I
Mhm.
mean, it was very, very good, and it was. That's probably one of the things that you wouldn't expect me to say, but
Yeah.
I
Okay.
wasn't treated like that. I wasn't treated too bad
Right. All right. Well, I
until I
mean,
left. But yeah.
yeah, I mean that's good to hear because I hear a lot of crazy stories, with members of these different groups. So every group is different. So I'm just trying to learn a little bit about this group and what how dangerous they are and all of that. They seem. I mean, I can see the danger in it, but they seem harmless at least. I mean, especially the fact that they don't really go out there and entertain any crowds or try to condemn people to hell and because they're not. That's GMS. They're you can find them all over the place. I've seen GMS in Jacksonville and Orlando, Tampa, New York City. They're everywhere.
What's kind of funny is with a few things that I find objectionable, GMS is actually pretty cool in my book.
Gotcha.
The one thing that is the most obvious reason why they're not cool, like omitting that, they're pretty cool. All
Yeah,
other
yeah.
things.
I used to like watching Tahar and that other guy Rakab.
Yeah. I know who you're talking about. What's really funny is there's one clip where this guy is getting ticked off. He's like a GMS dude
Yeah.
because there's an ambulance that goes by, and you can tell the noise. He was trying to say something, and the noise was drowning him out. So it's really funny because he snaps finally. He's like, "Someone better be dying, choking on a chicken bone in a Goog restaurant."
Yeah, it's like it's entertainment to me watching these guys, and you know these guys are funny. Like they're actually really funny, and
Yes, yes.
not trying to be funny. Sometimes they're just like funny, especially
It's
Rakah.
crazy.
But yeah. So I mean they've gotten violent in the streets before. I've seen that. They'll curse people out. They'll definitely offend people. You know, and
And and this kinda ties into the fun them being funny, but there's one clip where they get into it with the ISUPK,
yeah.
and you can hear they have that song they used to play all the time on ISUPK videos, Shabba Ranks Heart of a Lion, and you can see those. I mean, they're all, like, older dudes, and they're about to, like, go have a fist fight or something, and they're all yelling back and forth, and that song's playing, and it's just the weirdest thing. It's surreal and funny at the same time, but
Gotcha, gotcha.
that's a classic for sure when, GMS and ISUPK almost, went to war.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. There's that element amongst the entire community because of the doctrines that are taught, and it's like just because somebody might teach something like one simple thing, like maybe they don't teach that Mary was or that Jesus was born of a virgin. It's because some groups do, some groups don't. It was always, at least the One West groups, initially they taught that she wasn't born, or that Jesus Christ wasn't born of a virgin, meaning a woman that hasn't had sex. They would say that the word virgin just means a young woman or a young girl that's not betrothed, or something like that. So the ICGJC changed that doctrine, and that left them looking, like different and standing out outside of all these other groups. Did Torah Knights ever get into any internet beef or anything like that with any other groups? How did they feel about the other groups?
One of the funny things is that Judah used to make videos addressing the other camps all the time. Like he would be bashing them for many things, mainly their I guess you could call it their Christianity, which
Mhm.
I've done some research into this, and it's like it's a weird thing, but they're very much so like a Protestant, kind
Right.
of cult thing. But
Yeah.
he would just bash him for that, just because he didn't like the Jesus thing, and it just made him mad. But
Mhm. Yeah. Well,
things
well,
like that. He would go at the camps, he would go at Kemetic groups, he would go at anyone else. I mean, he would go at everybody.
did they teach the I guess the Holy Conception about Jesus? What did they teach on that part?
Torah Knights didn't really touch the whole Jesus thing. They left it alone because they were like, all about the not the New Testament.
So they're mostly Old Testament based.
Yeah, you could call it that, but back then I would have disagreed with you on that,
Hmm.
because
Okay.
they would play all kinds of different games around the Bible. It was kind of weird. It was definitely cultish.
Hmm. Gotcha. Um, I'm trying to see what other doctrines. So the 12 tribes breakdown. What did
They didn't go with that.
I didn't go with
They had a
that.
loose definition of who was an Israelite, but
Yeah.
some of the stuff was like I said, Judah was just flying by the seat of his pants when it came to some of this.
But did he consider himself a Judite?
I think so. I mean, he used the name Judah Nazareth.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
So
he even the funny thing is he used the name Judah Nazareth and then he changed it to Natsara. So it was like he'd always say Judah Nazareth, but he spelled it differently.
yeah, yeah, I noticed that he spelled it Nat Sara. Does it just mean it means the same thing, right?
Yeah, it's the same thing, but it's like there was some whole weird thing connected to that, and part of me, I don't like the guy, but I'll give him the benefit of the doubt when it comes to certain things like name spellings and whatnot. But
Right, right.
I
Oh,
couldn't care.
did they speak the fake Hebrew? You know,
Oh yeah,
Hashem?
Lashwan Kadash, or what we called Yahweh.
Yeah. Okay. So you see, this is they've been highly influenced by One West, pretty much.
And I was one of the people that actually tried to bring in more One West things, except for the whole Yahweh Shai thing. But
Gotcha. Gotcha. So we just have another question I want to address, if you
okay,
don't mind,
all right.
Negi. So Savan is asking, Negi Springfield, what's the craziest thing you've experienced while you were with that group?
I
Crazy.
mean, if we're going to talk about the craziest thing I ever saw, once there was a guy who came on the live, and he made us watch some weird video that had nothing to do with what we were talking about at the moment.
Mhm.
And I mean, we were all kind of trying to understand what this guy's deal was, and then he had something to say to me because he obviously, knew who I was. He threw some kind of thing at me, and it was just insulting. So
Right.
I kind of told him, "Hey, beat it." And then what's funny is we heard something that cracked us all up, and I put this on my channel at this very moment that I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. What's your
Um,
channel?
I'm gonna,
Well,
but
yeah.
it's not up there anymore. But what's funny is when the guy was saying when he was talking crap to me,
Mhm.
uh, his mom came in the room, and she said, "You hear it too. You hear, are you smoking in here?" And we were all like, and then you hear like the sound of him getting just beat.
Oh wow.
So the craziest thing is me, Judah, and I think it was uh Orthodox Moore, because he said some very funny things while this is all happening. We're all roasting him.
Right.
So the 3 or 4 or 5 of us were roasting this guy relentlessly while we're hearing sounds like he's getting his behind beat. It was funny because he had basically ticked me off, but that all went out the window as soon as I heard that, because it was the funniest thing. I had it on my channel for a little bit, but then I took it down because I was like, "This is not gonna make anyone look good."
Right. Right.
But it was the funniest thing that ever happened on Torah Nights. I don't think anything will ever come close.
Okay. Um, anything scary, not scary like spooky, but something that you were like, whoa, this is not this doesn't look good for us as a group or something, you know? Did you ever come across something like that?
Um, I
Maybe
mean,
the
there were
heard a doctrine for the first time, because like some of the doctrines that I was coming across, like you said, I guess with the nations, like you were kind of, standoffish at first, and that's something that bothered me. Romans chapter 9. Certain things I would come across. I was like, I don't know, doesn't seem right. All nations are going to hell except for the Israelites. It's like, I know that's not what they teach in your group, but that was one of the craziest things coming in and just having this this knowledge that I'm about to be in a black nationalistic cult, and that's what I pretty much started realizing, like this is a black nationalist racist cult. And but it's like the doctrines, the scriptures that I was being shown, I never seen it in the Catholic Church, which is where I grew up. I've never heard anybody say that God hates. I never seen Romans chapter 9, verse 13. So that kind of made me think like these people know something that other people don't know. So I mean that was like my initial, reaction to my group.
so what was really kind of scary, the scary stuff came after I left, because well, okay, I got one good example. It's when Judah was cursing all the people who had left, because before I left, people had left before me. There were like 30 people who actually dropped out of Torah Nights before me, and Judah cursed all of them and their families and their children to die.
Wow.
So he wanted me to participate in that, and I basically said, I said at the time very diplomatically,
Mhm.
"I'll do it later," but I meant no. That was my way of saying
Right,
no
right.
way.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, What he wanted you to like join in
He
on
wanted me to
a curse on them?
basically put a magic curse because
Yeah.
whatever. He wanted me to curse them in the name of Yahweh and, you know, all this other crazy.
Right,
So
right,
I basically I took a plea deal. I was like, "No."
right. I'm gonna
So,
post your channel here in the comment section real quick. I'm gonna
I mean,
post.
I can put it in the chat if you want me to.
Okay. Yeah,
Let
yeah.
me
Go ahead.
just get that. Uh,
Yeah,
huh.
definitely.
So someone's asking me if I'm ready to be a servant in the kingdom. That's
Yeah,
funny because that's something I remember from. Actually, that's something Judah said when he had some camp guys on. He was like, I guess, appealing to them. He
right.
said, "Yeah, Negi's gonna be our, you know, whatever he said, slave or something." Shoot.
He said that after you left, pretty much.
He said that when I was still in the group because there were some camp
Oh,
guys that were on the live, and it was just surreal.
yeah. So that's interesting. So they still let you in and say that you can be saved, but you're gonna be a servant in the kingdom. You know what's that? What's that about?
I don't know. You know, he was making it up as he went along, but
Yeah.
let me just drop it in the chat. Do I
Yeah.
lick
Go
boots?
ahead.
Do
Yeah.
I lick boots? No, I've never licked a single boot. No, no way.
Right. Well, with the licking the boot thing, because I actually just seen another video of the Sakari group with Deacon Hakka leading a camp, where a white woman kissed his Jordans or whatever he was wearing, his foam posits, and yeah, this happened in Orlando. I did a video about a group that I never heard about, at least at the time. This was like maybe 6 or maybe 8 months ago or something like that. And I did a few videos on them. They're called Watchmen for Israel. They're always in downtown Orlando and like the main area where everybody walks. And this Orlando has its liberals, it's very, very liberal, and especially downtown. And I see that these are the people that are, it's a guilt trip, right? This is part of the doctrine. This is what is being done with critical race theory. I think it's a powerful manipulation tool where
Yeah, yeah, and
you
that's what that's what they're basically teaching young kids in colleges. It's really messed up.
yeah, they're teaching young kids to feel ashamed of some people that they don't probably even have no relation to, that existed in the past. And this is what I was mentioning before with the group guilt. So you see that in cults, and you see that with here with academia, with these radical liberals or progressives, whatever they call themselves, because they don't like to call themselves Democrats, but it's on the left side of the politics. Because I mean, it's also on the right side, but I don't see conservatives really falling for this crap like liberals are. It's bad, and then it's like I look at black supremacists and I look at white supremacists. And it's like they're not looked at the same in this country. Black supremacist boots are getting licked out here. Nobody's
It's
licking no white supremacist boots out here,
yeah,
especially not a
yeah,
black.
it's really weird because one thing that I found when I was doing research into cults and stuff like that is I found that, you know, the Ku Klux Klan and other white supremacist groups came out of a Hebrew Israelite ideology. Did you know that?
Say that one more time.
The Ku Klux Klan and other supremacist groups came out of a Hebrew Israelite ideology.
Wow, that's
So
great. Or do you mean they?
there's a whole history behind it, but it was actually called British Israelitism.
Yeah, yeah, I've gone into that, and I've heard of it. Don't you
And
mean
what
the other way around though? That the Hebrew Israelites came out of the KKK or that type of mentality?
no. They started off as British Israelites and then they became something called Christian identity.
Christian identity. Yes, yes, definitely. Have you ever
So
heard of the Roots a group called
yeah,
Roots?
yeah, Hebrew roots. Those are Christians that want to desperately be rabbinic Jews. So it's like
Gotcha.
It's
Yeah.
really weird because they are a cult. They're basically a Protestant cult.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Have you ever heard of Faithful to God, the YouTuber?
Yeah, yeah. All people like that are basically, I don't like them, and that's why I probably wouldn't be welcome on many people's channels because I'd be blunt and honest about all that.
Yeah, well, I've been on his channel, but he's a former roots whatever, so he doesn't believe in that anymore. He considers himself just a Christian. I don't know what kind of Christian, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different groups out here. So what do you know about this British Israelism? Because I know very little about that.
Well, what happened is originally the ideology didn't have any racist anything in it. So what happened is British Jews actually joined many of the groups that were promoting it, and they actually gave it a bit of legitimacy, which is kind of a dangerous thing when it comes to cults. But
Right.
this whole Hebrew Israelite thing, or this whole British Israelite thing, started by saying that the people of Britain and the other parts of the UK
Mm.
were actually the actual Israelites. And what's funny is they could actually point to concrete things to prove this. Like
Right.
in Britain, there's a throne that every king and queen sits on when they're getting crowned, coronated,
Right.
and underneath this throne is a stone called the Stone of Scone,
Okay.
and they say this is the pillow that Jacob laid his head upon.
Hmm.
So this is, where Bethel is.
Right. Right.
So they're saying that because they crowned their kings upon this stone, that
Yeah.
somehow that ties them to the children of Israel.
Gotcha. See, this is interesting here. I when I first came into the ICGJC in 2004, I was Tazadaki was the head teacher pretty much, and he definitely knew a lot. But I was also very drawn to Arya, apostle. He was titled Apostle and Chief High Priest Arya. The creator of the 12 tribes sign. Now, this guy, allegedly, but this guy, Aryam, had a DVD called Real Black History. I borrowed it from a friend of mine for years. I love that DVD, but it's horrible. It's so illogical, because it's the same thing like British Israelism. Like they go into this evidence that you just pointed to, where you can actually find things that confirm, their 12 tribes breakdown. They teach that the Jewish people in Israel is a tribe of Judah. They say that Denmark it means Dan's mark. That's the tribe of Dan, and
Oh,
that's what Arya taught. I got that. I heard that first from Arya, and then I heard that within the British Israelism movement. So it's like they took that and then just yeah. Go ahead.
and that's the crazy thing because I was watching something that said just that it wasn't connected to anything like British Israelitism, but it's just nuts that you said that because I was just about to say something about the tribe of Dan and how some people thought they were the Vikings and Germans or some other thing. They had all these different ideas about what these different nationalities represented. But
Hmm.
that's just crazy. I didn't know you were going to say that. That blows me away.
Yeah, I've seen their 12 tribes sign. They say that the British people are the tribe of Ephraim, like UK is the tribe of Ephraim. The tribe of Dan is Denmark. I forget exactly what it is. It could be found online really easily. But yeah, there's another 12 tribe sign that includes white, white people, pretty much Europeans only. And yeah, it's really interesting how when I was first coming in and I would listen to Arya speak and he would go into history. He was a big history guy. He would talk about some of the things that you were just mentioning, in these different royal palaces or whatever, where you'll find some evidence of King George, something that ties some king in history to maybe being an Israelite. But one of the false teachings that came out of the ICGJC is that King James was a black man and an Israelite, and they based that off of mainly I think in the original 1611 version of the KJV, there is an insignia of King James, and it says, it calls him. It's basically the word for James in Dutch is like Jacob, I think, something like that. Maybe I don't. Maybe it's not Jacob. Let me look it up real quick. But pretty much, Arya would say that. Oh, you see, he was. This says Jacob here because he was an Israelite, not knowing that the reason why that's there is because that's a Dutch way of saying James.
Yeah,
And
yeah. What's really funny is the name James is Jacob.
there you go. There you
So
go.
it's kind of funny because I did see something like that. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what it was. Was it
It's
coin?
it's like Yaakov or something,
Yes, yes, something like that. And
or Yaakov or whatever, however you want to say it. There's so many different pronunciations for Hebrew.
yeah, yeah, they pretty much use that as evidence, to say that you see, King James was an Israelite. He was black. And
I mean, there is something kind of funny about that because King James was he was like a loser who wanted to marry a younger woman, so he created his own church.
right, right. Yeah, that's man, but yeah, look at it right here. So if you Google or you DuckDuckGo or Bing or whatever,
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
King James Black, and then put Jacob, King James Black Jacob, or King James Jacob Black. It's pretty much, it's not a coin. So it's on like one of the first pages of the original 1611 version of the Bible back then. And I mean, you can find a blurred picture. Let me see if I could just share my screen. Give me a minute here. Let me see.
I believe you. The funny thing is, they were obviously trying to find a reason why they could use the King James version because all those camps use the King James version.
Yeah.
Torah Knights is unique. We use the Jewish version, the JPS, or
Right.
the Stones edition.
Yeah, yeah. Let me just pull this up real quick because this is it.
But that's the reason why they use the King James version because they're saying he was a yeah that ain't no
can you see that? Is this?
I can see it. I know why they probably think he's black, but that's
Yeah, no, it's a very blurred image. And if you look down here, you see the three different images. The one in the middle is the better, clearer version. And you
yeah,
can
yeah,
see that
that's
this is not a black man.
no, that's not.
Not a black man at all. It's like it's crazy how I used to think that. Let me go back here.
Here's something to not feel too bad about. I had to find out that all that made up Hebrew stuff was from Baby Babel. You can imagine my shock and horror.
Yeah, man.
That absolutely
Mm,
destroyed me. I'm someone who takes pride in how I use languages and my ability to acquire them. To hear that devastated me.
gotcha. Yeah. So I mean, so yeah, here's the actual image that I was talking about though, where um, you know, I mean, well, this is it here. So it's Jacobus. You see that up there?
Oh
It,
yeah, yeah, that's
it's with the
Latin.
I
Yeah,
and the J. So
yeah,
that's
yeah, Latin for sure. Yeah.
yeah. So Arya, who's supposed to be the king, or like a great man of God, he'll teach that the reason why Jacobus is there is because it represents the tribe of the nation of Israel, Jacob, which has nothing to do with that. This is
Yeah,
how you
yeah,
say his name.
that dude wanted to be a pope type dude. That was
Yeah, for
his
sure.
thing.
Yeah, there was a loose. I mean, it wasn't taught, but it was going around in the congregation during the 80s or during the 90s that he was the reincarnation of Peter. That's Arya.
Mhm. Yeah.
Did the Torah Knights have anything like that? Did y'all believe in reincarnation?
We loosely did, but none of us really claimed any biblical figures. I sure didn't.
Right, right. All right.
Although I did hear Judah say that he was I think he claimed to be somebody like I'm trying to think. He was Elijah, I think. I think he was claiming to be Elijah.
Yeah. I was actually going to say this, Savan. So this is exactly why, if you ever seen the ICGJC on the BBC network where Louis Theroux came to visit them, he was referred to them by Khalid Muhammad. You can see that. Let's put it like that. Yeah, you can see that they were trying to claim everybody being black, and this is done outside of the Black Hebrew Israelites. I've seen people claim, the first president of the United States, what's his name, John Hanson, to be black. That's a Black Hebrew. That's part of Blackology, which is a term that you coined, and I used to call it a hood doctrine. This is a hood doctrine. This is jail doctrine, some jail knowledge that's pseudo-intellectual. It's like they get their knowledge from memes on Facebook or something, and they don't do good research, and they just go with it. Like the whole meme that says that Hitler knew that the Jews were black. There's a whole thing, and you do the research on where they claim that this story is taken from, and it's like it's nowhere to be found. So who's starting these lies? How do they circulate so much and just be believed?
Or what kind of cracks me up is that Judah had one that really was weird. It was the idea that the first samurai was black.
First samurai was black. Yeah, the first Chinese people were black. They say, like, everybody's black. Shakespeare was black. They said.
Oh yeah. That's what they said in the Louis Theroux documentary.
Yeah.
That actually was pretty funny if you watch it. Because I watched it since I got out of Torah Knights, and I was dying. I couldn't handle it.
Yeah. I mean, well, yeah. I want to get this guy. Hey, Israel, for real. You're gonna please stay on here because I'm gonna talk to Negi Springfield a little while longer. I don't want to really get a bunch of people on here because this is more about him and his story. But I'm gonna take questions. I'll invite. I'll put the link on here in a minute. And then we can talk because I definitely want to talk to you, man. I was trying to get you to send me an email. I gave you my email address, and I'm willing to get you on my live. So just wanted to get that out there. Sorry, Negi.
Well, I just want to say something kind of funny. I've always found the term Holy Ghost kind of strange because the word ghost doesn't have much positive definition to it. I prefer Holy Spirit myself, but
Yeah, that's definitely a one West thing.
People use words that have meaning, but they tend to forget that words have that meaning. Yeah. So it's like, it's weird because it tells you so much about people.
Yeah. So ghost, is there a Hebrew word for that? Because rakah means spirit.
Yeah. The word would be ruach or ruach.
Okay. Gotcha.
So the word ghost in Hebrew is more like a negative thing. So
demon.
So yeah. If you know anything about the Hebrews' perception of the supernatural, they definitely believed in ghosts.
Right. Yeah. I mean, this guy is the typical Hebrew Israelite. From what I learned just talking to you, I can see that you did a lot of research into a lot of different things. Being in the cult that you were in, we're going to call it a cult. And I was the same way. I was serious about what I believed, and I wanted to find a lot of ammo, for my arsenal.
Yeah.
This guy is a novice.
Yeah. Here's a perfect example. The word ghost is Rephaim. Mm-hmm. So what that means like dead people or the ancestral dead. So it's kind of funny that this guy is using the word ghost.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
it's like, it's like when you think of that, you think of Ouija boards, you think of, spooky stuff. You think of haunted houses.
Yeah.
I mean, even in a Hebrew context, there's another word for it, which is, the demons or shedim, and that's another negative thing, or the deep book, or something like that, deep book or something. Yeah, it's like a demon.
Gotcha. Yeah. With this, what you just did right now, where you seen Holy Ghost and you said, it should be Holy Spirit. This is a One West thing. I did the same thing whenever we read the Bible. And it said Holy Ghost, we would just say Holy Spirit instead. So yeah, there's a lot of similarities, man. I mean, you can tell that this Judah Nazareth, definitely was taught from these One West teachers. So
And here's one thing I found out later is that Killer B was basically giving him so much old school, stuff. I mean, he was giving him stuff from the old One West.
right. Let's see here. So Brett Favre is a Gadite. Yeah, this is one thing that they used to do. So they went by the father's seed determines who you are. Is that a doctrine that you believe, at least at the time?
I mean, I kind of went along with it, but the thing is, as a token white guy, it was like, yeah, it didn't matter.
Right, it didn't matter.
It's like
Gotcha.
I had two white parents, so I had no real way of.
Right. Yeah. So
There was no wiggle room for me. There was no plausible deniability.
right. Yeah. So I mean, how did that feel? Like, did you ever feel like, some type of guilt? Like, is that why you came in? Maybe you felt like, I don't know, some type of guilt because of the history. Like,
I didn't feel guilt. The reason I came into the whole Torah Knights thing is because I thought the leader was onto something. I didn't believe him when he said that God gave him anything, but when he was talking about the temple, when he was talking about stuff in the Torah, that appealed to me, and it also sounded like stuff that I was reading about,
yeah.
stuff in occult books that I was reading, things like that. So
Yeah, definitely, man. I mean, this guy Arya was definitely digging into a lot of different books, and some of the books that would come up to prove to add on to the Bible, which was part of the One West, arsenal, was books like Lost Tribes and Promised Lands. But since you guys don't, since the Torah Knights didn't or doesn't follow a 12 tribes breakdown, they probably didn't really go into that much. But Lost Tribes and Promised Lands was a book that kind of is used to say that the tribe of Ephraim are the Puerto Ricans because of some line that's something, somewhere in that book it says that somebody was told by a group of Native Americans that the tribe of Ephraim is on an island nearby. And it doesn't even, I don't even know where they were, at the moment. Like, I don't think it even describes that. And this is like all secondhand stories. And it's like, they use this as evidence, which is weak evidence, but so they have a bias, for stuff that can confirm their belief. So they'll use these books these are wacky books. The Sex and Race is another one. I don't know the full title, but Sex and Race something. Babylon's Timbuktu. That's definitely up there with like the Book of Josephus. Like they
well,
like going into all that.
here's the funny thing. Books like that, they already have their beliefs about what, different things, and then they confirm their bias. So it's like secondhand smoke. It's not like they're getting it directly into their lungs. It's like you're breathing it in from someone else.
Wow, yeah, that's a good way of putting it, because
So you're not even getting the
direct
full
evidence.
you're not even getting the full impact of it. You're just getting like the passive.
Right.
It's like
Oh,
someone else pulled it in, and took the good things out, and then, you're getting what's left.
yeah. I'm kind of like now really thinking about some of the things that Arya had said, and when he was like one of the main teachers, because after a while this Tazadakia, who called himself the Comforter, kind of just took over the teachings, and Arya just fell back as like some damn some figure that's just there to look good, behind Tazadakia. But he was definitely the main guy. You see Tahar, there's a video of Tahar saying that I just seen Arya somewhere, and if I thought I just saw a ghost. It felt like I just seen like a ghost, and like he admires this man so much. And there were members that left the ICGJC around the time when I was out and speaking against and started my channel that actually seen Ari on the street, and they gave him all types of gratitude and all this honor, and like this guy is horrible, man. He's probably in on a lot of these schemes. Like, who knows?
Well, here's what I can say is not because I was connected to anything like this, but there was if you read the life of Aleister Crowley,
Mhm.
you know who that is, don't you?
Yeah. I know a little bit about him.
He's someone that was sort of a reprehensible person, but he was also a complicated individual.
Right.
But what's weird is people liked him even though he had very reprehensible qualities. I mean, just like Aria, from what I heard, a lot of things, but the
Yeah.
guy may have been a Jesuit. He may have been into some other weird stuff, but
Yeah. Well, he. I was told from is this they're so-called. These are eyewitnesses, and it's two of them actually, and they're pretty credible. I mean, one of them used to be a teacher in Miami for the ICDJC, so and I known him for years. And he eventually left, but he was kind of just rolling with it. He was stuck in there. He had to kind of just go with some of the lies, and he came out later on. And after he left, he was like, that they had came out and brought the Book of Mormon out. They took out the Book of Mormon in a council to justify calling themselves high priests. So
you know what's so crazy? I did some research and I even did a video on the whole Mormon thing.
Mhm.
It's crazy. There's so much to that that's almost wild. But
Yeah.
the Book of Mormon is
Oh,
it's a cult. The
yeah.
Book of Mormon is a very boring book. But if you can actually keep yourself awake, whatever you have to do, just drink a whole bunch of energy drinks.
Yeah.
If you read it, you'll see that it was written by somebody who did have some kind of, secondhand knowledge because Joseph Smith was he was a witch, you know that?
Yeah, he was convicted for charlatanism, like he was selling, snake oil type
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, the guy was into some witchcraft, be it deception or he was into some kind of actual witchcraft, but the
Mm.
Book of Mormon is very creepy because on the
Yeah.
very cover, it actually tells you why you shouldn't be reading it. It
Wow.
says another gospel of Jesus Christ, which, if you know anything about the Bible, you know that it says, if anyone brings you another gospel, let him be accursed.
Right. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that book has a warning label on it.
I mean, just the simple fact that also the language that it's written in, it doesn't make sense how they wrote it in this British English or whatever, because it was written during the 1800s. So there's no reason for it to sound like the King James
Sounds
version of
like the
the Bible.
King James.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, the guy claims that he got it from golden plates that were a record of natives in
Hmm.
the Americas, saying that
Right.
Jesus came to see them and all that, but
Right.
the
Yeah.
guy was just staring into a hat like this, just staring into that, making up stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
some level, maybe he did have some kind of weird thing that channeled this to him,
Right.
almost like the Book of the Law, but the whole thing's evil. It's not worth getting into unless you're trying to, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it's an obvious cult, but
And the funny thing is, the Mormons did what the Hebrew Israelites do.
hmm,
If you know anything about what they did, they went to Polynesian islands and they tried to convince them that they were Israelites
the
because they
Mormon.
found because in Hawaii the word for priest is kahuna
Oh.
and in Hebrew it's kahin
Huh.
or kahana.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's really weird. They use stuff like that, which is like concrete, actual, real stuff,
Yeah.
and they
That's
tried
true.
to sell them that they were Israelites and that they should join the Mormon church and all this.
Wow. That's very similar to what Hebrew Israelites do. They do this with the main or the great spirit of the Tainos was Yaya is the name. Yaya is how you pronounce it. And I've heard some members from I think Sakari or ISUPK use that to say, you see, that's Yahweh. and it's just, they lost some of the true teachings. So it's it's not 100%, but you see that they still had some type of truth. And it's like, no, the Yaya, it can mean different things in different cultures. Yaya means, I think, mother in some type of African tongue or something. So I mean, the things like that, it just reminds me of that. But yeah, I mean,
Well, here's another funny example. You know the word yada, which means knowledge.
yeah.
Well, they'll use anything, including that. They'll tell you that if they can find yada in another language, that it means that it's Hebrew.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's very similar to what this is what cults do. I mean, when you look up the definition of pseudo archaeology, I mean, if you look through it, you'll like just for 5 or 10 minutes, you'll see that along with the definition, it'll say that pseudo archaeology is usually used by white nationalists. you know, so
It's
yeah.
used by so many groups, but here's the funny thing. You remember the book Chariots of the Gods by Eric von Daniken?
No, I don't think I know that.
There was the book that I just mentioned was actually about aliens. And what's weird is Eric von Daniken, the author, he
Mhm.
was on that show that everyone was watching back in 2012 called Ancient Aliens.
Oh, okay.
So he's the author of that book, and in that book, he tries to find all these proofs that aliens had visited humanity and that,
Yeah.
different things were connected to aliens. And it's just crazy because that's pseudo archaeology. Because then there was a guy who exposed him for being a fake and a fraud. And he
Mhm.
said that when he went to this guy's like museum that he had, he heard the whir of a dentist's drill, which is what usually they used when they were making a fake artifact or trying to manipulate an existing one. So they
Mhm.
would like drill into it with words or whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah. And see, some people make these pseudo archaeology, pseudo artifacts for money, to sell for all of that. But
Or what's really funny is there's like stones in Puerto Rico that are supposed to be with Hebrew on them.
yeah, yeah.
The
I've
Padre
gone back and forth
Nazario,
with certain ICG with
the
certain
Padre Nazario stones or something. Yeah, that's
yeah,
it.
the Father Nazario or Padre Nazario stones was pretty much, according to this Padre Nazario, it was given to him, or it was directed where to find these stones by Taino Cacique, which was
Chief,
one of the
yes.
Lhasa caciques.
Chief. Cacique means chief for sure.
Means chief, right? So that's like a special lineage, I guess. So this woman said that these are healing stones. So that is one of the first things that just it doesn't sound right to me. Like, do they actually heal? Like, they don't. So it's like, why are we looking for this as if there's some truth behind this? But I mean, the thing is that it's not pseudo archaeology. Like, some things have historical value to it, but they come at it from an angle where it's to confirm their belief. So the Las Lunas stone, I changed my position or my stance on that, which was a few years ago, or maybe as close to a year ago. I used to say that it's pseudo archaeology, but now I think that it's just we're confusing. Where it's not, it has some historical value, but it's not written by Native Americans
No,
because
no, no. It was written by Sephardi Jews.
yes, it was written by some Sephardi Jews or crypto Jews
Yeah,
uh,
yeah. Um,
some Jews that were
yeah,
trying to,
that's it.
not give away their identity, because
Those are
they've been
the
hiding since since the Spanish, since Queen Isabella, and then after Hitler. And it's like they've been
yeah, yeah. What
hiding
what
their identity. But I think this goes back like
what's so funny is I know what you're talking about. Those guys were called conversos, and
mm,
what's weird is they had converted to Roman Catholicism,
okay,
but what they were not trusted. The Spaniards didn't believe that they were sincere, and
gotcha.
some of them were actually practicing Judaism in secret.
Mm,
But but they fled because of the Inquisition. They were actually trying to get away from the Inquisition. Unfortunately, it came to the New World with them, but
How did you say conversar? How was it?
conversos, it means like convert.
Okay.
So what would happen is a Jew would get baptized, and then he would be considered a new Christian. So they had Nuevo Cristiano. So this person was now considered, someone to keep an eye on. So they would always be watching these new Christians because they thought they're going to go back to their old ways in a heartbeat.
Right.
They were always they were always in fear of the Inquisition. Like if they had a baby, they weren't supposed to circumcise it. Things like that could easily get you in serious, serious trouble.
Gotcha. Yeah, but yeah, so that's some of the things like you mentioned the Father Nazario stones.
Hmm.
There's these Hebrew Israelites will make like a meme, and they'll have the Padre Nazario stones, and it says like they're authenticated, and it's like, yeah, they were authenticated as having historical value, but they were never authenticated by any epigrapher as Hebrew. Father Nazario thought it was Hebrew, and he, that was an idea that was circulating in America and the Americas for a while. That where did the Native Americans come from? Maybe they're from the lost tribes of Israel. That was actually one of the initial, ideas. The initial idea of where these people came from a lot of the ones that were coming over here because they were very religious. They just, they said maybe they came from the lost tribes of Israel and they ended up out here. So yeah, but the Father Nazario stones, I'm trying to contact uh, Rafael Reniel Rodriguez, who is a teacher in one of the universities in Puerto Rico called the University of Utuado. And he's pretty much an archaeologist. He's an official archaeologist, a history teacher. And he's the one dealing with this. And he got an epigrapher who's known for spotting fakes. He's an expert at spotting fakes, who can read Hebrew. He can read many languages, and he's been doing this for years. I think his name is Stephen Rolston. But
So,
anyways,
so
yeah,
he's kind of like me.
or Rollins. Well, no, I think it's Rolston. But yeah, no, this guy is like official, and he's looked at a lot of different things. I think he even looked at the Ohio Decalogue stones, which is another, which that is pseudo archaeology. There's no, I mean, from what it looks like, somebody did that, recently. Somebody did that recently. They can tell when things are etched in recently because there's going to be something that comes off with whatever you're using, and you can tell, how long it's been sitting there. So there's many different sciences that they go into to try to prove, different things about the artifacts. Where did the material come from? How did they etch it? How did they, edge it in? And how did they carve it? What did they use? What kind of materials? And what does it mean? Is it a language? Is it a message? Is it a god? What do they use this for? So with the Padre Nazario stones, I mean, some of the rocks were being used as like, they said it was like a doorstop because they didn't think it had any historical value, and then it actually.
And that's kind of funny because the first thing I thought of was the 7 Dragon Balls.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's like these things don't have any. When I was talking to one of these Hebrew Israelites, Katzazah from ISUPK, Captain Katzazah, I called in and I brought it up, and I wanted to just focus on this, but he started going and say all the other so-called evidence, the Lost Lunas and everything. I'm like, I can go into that, but let's deal with this Father Nazario. And I'm like, what do you have, and who, authenticated this as Hebrew? Where are you getting this information from? And he's just said, oh, I'll send you an email, and I'm like, well, what the guy is saying, what people are saying is that it's not Hebrew, and he failed to show me anything or to say anything that we can look up right then and there. So it's like these people just sit back, collect these super chats, take questions from people as if they're like somebody special, and they sit back in their chair and they just brush off any, like I was literally giving him something that he can use as like, maybe I shouldn't be saying this anymore, because it's like these people say that they have the truth, and it's like you guys do nothing but spout lies constantly. And when you get called out for it, they get mad. And it's like it's never really addressed. And I mean, it's clear that is that's a Achilles heel for the Hebrew Israelites. That whole 10 tribe breakdown, having Mexicans combined on a chart with Haitians, it's crazy. It's just insane, So all that evidence that they try to bring to try to justify that these Hispanics came, or these Indians came from, the Middle East. It's like, how? Where are the boats? Like this is not confirmed at all. So yeah, it's pseudo intellectualism. And I think Judah Nazareth probably realized there's no way that we can pinpoint what tribe people are from. So I see something different there that is like, it's like some type of reformation with the doctrine that's actually smart. Because I mean, even if you say you're an Israelite as a black man, it's still saying that you're somebody that you can't prove. You're still claiming an identity. But to say that you're from the tribe of Issachar or Simeon, that's even crazier. It's like there's no way you can get to that. But
yeah. It's so funny you said Haitians and Mexicans.
yeah, that's the one that's like one of my first videos. I had to like just put that contrast there because people miss that. And it's like sometimes, okay, a Dominican and a Haitian, it's the same island. And people, I mean, I guess because they're on the same island, you can kind of say, well, yeah, this is a whatever. I don't know. Simeon and Levi are brethren, and instruments of wickedness are in their habitations, and they go into this whole so Simeon are the Dominicans and the Haitians are the tribe of Levi, and the reason why they're cursed is this and that. But if you start looking at their genetic makeup, and it's like, okay, in Haiti you have mostly people that come from West Africa, Togo, Benin, Nigeria. Like, that's what my wife is, and she did her DNA test for whatever that's worth to people on here. But I think it's worth something. And most of her lineage or ancestry goes back to Togo and Benin. When I did my DNA test, I'm Dominican. I was all over the map. I'm everywhere, man. I'm everything. I'm Senegalese. I'm Taino. I'm Europe. I'm Portuguese and Spanish, but mostly Portuguese and Spanish. So it's like Dominicans are not one thing. So to say that they are the tribe of Simeon, it's like there's Irish ancestry in Dominican Republic. There's Chinese ancestry in Dominican Republic. So it's like, it's insane how they do it. And then they always say, well, it's the father's seed. And it's like, well, that's even crazier because now you have to know who your father's 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 father. It's like you can go all the way down the line. You're not going to find that guy. Even if you know who your father is or your grandfather, it doesn't mean anything because now you need to know who your grandfather's grandfather is. It's like you're putting yourself in a situation where you have to prove a claim that is unfalsifiable. You're putting that like the proof or the way to prove it. It's like you can't even do that. So it's like you just have to kind of believe it on faith. But then the evidence that they try to go for, are interpretations of scriptures. But then the pseudo archaeology and these extra books that we were bringing out. What else did I want to ask you though about this? Did you want to add on anything to what we just said about all this pseudo archaeology, 10 tribes breakdown, or anything like that? Identity.
There's just some crazy stuff that for me it's like just wild. I can't wrap my mind around like the Haitians for one.
Mm-hmm.
They had a revolution. They then overthrew the French.
Yeah.
And what happened is after they overthrew them, guess what they did?
They killed one of the revolutionaries.
But this is what really made me think that these guys weren't exactly committed to the idea of being independent.
Right.
The French freaked out. I mean, understandably, but they freaked out and they demanded money.
Mm.
And the Haitians capitulated. They gave over the money that the French demanded. It's like if you had the balls to launch a revolution and not see it through. I don't get it.
Right, right. Have you ever heard that maybe the Native Americans that came here, or maybe some group that's amongst the Native Americans that came to America might be Canaanites? I think I've heard that before.
I don't know if they're Canaanites, but I gotta say, there are like some people in the Americas who may actually be Canaanites.
Yeah,
For example, uh, some of the religious practices of the peoples here uh,
right.
are very much so like the Canaanites, because the Canaanites worship the dead, and they also, were big into that whole thing. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
those Rephaim I was telling you about. That's who they were big into worshiping.
Right, right.
And that's if you remember the Witch of Endor, she actually was a shamanistic type figure.
Okay. Yeah, that whole shaman thing though, from what my research, because I'm really, really getting heavy into this, 10 tribes breakdown. Where do the Hispanics come from? How can we destroy this entire breakdown? Because I really want to get started like debating these guys that think they know what they're talking about.
Well, here's how you can destroy it. You can just, I mean, they know that it came from a dream. They know it came from a man's dream.
Right. Yeah.
So the man had a dream, which the Torah says, if a dreamer of dreams, comes to you and says something, makes a declaration, I'm testing you to see if you'll believe me over him, if you
Yeah.
remember that.
Yeah. That's right. Right.
So
Yeah.
it's like,
Well, that's
don't
it.
believe the dreamer of dreams, which is what that man was. He was a false prophet for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I could see them getting around that somehow, man. It's like these
Even if
guys
they get around, even if they try to get around it, whatever.
yeah.
The man was a none of that stuff is real. It all comes from
Yeah.
nonsense,
But
and there's
from
no
what I'm
scientific
seeing,
anything.
yeah. But from what I'm seeing, maybe the Canaanites made their way east towards Asia because maybe some of these Asians got traditions from them. But from what the general consensus is, the scientific consensus, and amongst academia and professors and all these different archaeologists and people that study, pretty much what's the word I'm looking for? The practices and the cultures of people that lived in the past, pretty much. What they see is that these Native Americans, especially the ones that had the shamanism, they get that from Siberian shamans. Siberians also wear fringes with their shamanistic dress or whatever. They have those rituals of smoking, which I've never heard that in any Hebrew Israelite thing. So I mean, but then they always get around that by saying, well, they learned it from the heathens. So it's like they try to find similarities, and then when they do, which can be done, and doesn't mean that they're connected. They still say that it's because they're Israelites, but then when we find something that doesn't connect, it's because they learned that from the other nations. So it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah. There's lots of stuff that we could talk about, and we definitely need to do a multi-part,
yeah,
thing.
yeah. I was gonna say that.
However you want to do that, but there's a ton of stuff that we could get into.
Yeah,
That I
let me
need
let me
to.
let me start putting out this what you call it. Let me put out this link. So Israel, if you're on Israel for real, anybody can come on really.
Yeah,
If
I'll just stick around, but I'm basically going to. We definitely need to do a multi-part on this because it's like 10 o'clock right now. So
yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I was gonna say that. I was thinking that before that
so
we're gonna
I'll stick around for whoever jumps on because I'm no stranger to the folly and craziness.
yeah, yeah.
As a Torah Knight for 5 years, I was around it for most of that.
Yeah, I bet, man. I bet. Like, I mean, I'm used to it too. You gotta kind of. It's like when Chris Rock said, "It's like playing basketball with a handicapped person." It's like you gotta let some stuff slide because
Yeah,
just
yeah. The rules aren't going to be strictly enforced, but yeah.
yeah. Now it's not letting me share the link, man. Where's this thing?
Oh, wow.
If I can get it up. Okay, see, and then what am I doing wrong? Okay, see. Okay, give me 1 second here. Man, why is it not working? Okay. Clipboard. Yeah, that's so weird. It's not coming up at all. Let's see. And it came up before too. All right, give me 1 second. Let me try something else here. Gmail. Yeah, so if anybody wants to come on, just give me a minute. Get your questions ready. If you have a question for Negi Springfield, or if you just want to talk and, whatever. Because I think there's somebody on here that wants to try to convert somebody. I don't know. So we'll see what happens here.
Well, good luck trying to do that, but yeah, I'll listen.
Yeah. I'll entertain it just for entertainment purposes. Because these guys are fun.
I'll be honest. I fell for it once. I don't think I'll fall for it again.
Yeah, that's one thing. When I pretty much left, I'm like, this can never happen again. I said, like, this is not gonna happen. Like, there were so many signs in front of my face. So I said, you know what? I need to study some logical fallacies, some common logical fallacies that people make. Do you hear that noise?
Yeah, I hear it. Yeah. But yeah, if someone wants to come on, let them come on. I'll hang around for another 20 or so minutes, and then I'll.
Do you still hear that noise?
Yeah, I hear it. But
Yeah, I don't know. So there's definitely something going on with me. Can you get that link that I sent you and post it? Because I don't. It's not posting.
actually, I got it right here. It's in the URL. Where the address is.
Yeah, I know it's not letting me copy or paste at all. It's like,
Okay, let me. Do I still believe some things? Some of the things that I think weren't directly tied to Judah being a narcissist. Yeah, I believe in that stuff. Sort of.
right.
I've kind of, because when I was in the group, I kind of made it my own. I made it into my own thing. I never was a follower. I was basically someone who could have been like a influential person if it wasn't for the cult doctrine at points.
Okay. What was some of the doctrines that you had an issue with? You said the nations, I guess.
The doctrines that I had an issue with were just the things that pretty much were like, white people can't be saved, we can't be reformed. I also didn't like the narcissism that I saw in the leader and his just mental instability, but pretty much I have no issue with doctrine. So
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's not letting me do this, man. I don't know. Sometimes I have.
can you see I dropped the link? Can you see it?
No, I don't see it. You
Yeah,
posted it in the comment section.
yeah, in the chat on the side.
Let's see here. No, I don't see it. Private chat?
Uh,
No. Yeah, no,
I
I don't see it.
actually I think what I could do is if I break it up a little bit, maybe it'll let me. Cause let me just.
Is it giving you issues too? This is weird.
Um,
Never happened. And I just had it copied, and I said, you know what? I'm not gonna post it yet. And I literally posted it, and then I deleted it, and now it
Can
won't.
you can you see that? Can you see that one? It's got a space in there. Can you see it?
No, where's that?
It's in the YouTube chat.
No, I don't see it.
Cause I can. Oh
Oh,
yeah, it's not showing up on.
yeah, it's not letting me copy or paste. I don't know
So
what.
so that means no one on the YouTube side of things can jump on. But oh well, that's whatever. That's life.
No, I mean it should be able to. I mean it was like literally working for me before. That's so strange. Let me try one last thing here. Negi Springfield, do you believe the things? Okay. So you're ready to trust that? Yeah. Let me try. You said, can you see this? I can
Yeah,
only
yeah.
see that
I
comment.
Yeah, now that one showed up, which is I guess it's URLs that don't show up. Does it automatically censor like
Mm,
URLs?
no, it doesn't. No, but it seems like something is spazzing out on my side here. Like I can see my Chrome is just going crazy. I don't know what's going on over here. Wow. Yeah, this is not good. Let me see here. Wow. Yeah, this is something's going on here. I'm spazzing. Let me do this. Give me 1 second here. Just stay on for a second. Yeah, there goes the sound again. All right, let's see.
Oh, okay, I think I got an idea. There we go. That might show up because it's yeah, there we go. That didn't show up. That's really weird. Because it's
Yeah,
not a URL. That's I thought that would work.
yeah. I'm gonna see if I could just type it out. Maybe that'll work. So it's. Give me a minute here. Sorry, guys. This is like I don't get it. Like I literally had it all set up and it was working before, and all of a sudden now when I need it, it's like nope.
Yeah,
But,
well, I'm gonna go, but
yeah.
yeah,
All right, brother. Well, I
I'll
appreciate it,
talk.
man. I'll get you back on. We'll keep in contact.
Yeah,
And,
yeah, no problem.
yeah.
Get
So
in touch however you need to.
yeah, thank you
I'll
for
see you
coming
next
on.
time, man. Take care.
All right. Be safe.
Yep. Shalom.
All right, guys. Give me a second here, man. This is like Satan over here trying to stop the truth from coming out. You know? That's all it is. Send this link to blah blah blah. You see, here we go again. Here we go again. Wow, that's insane. Why is that happening? All right, StreamYard. It's HTTPS StreamYard. HTTPR. Boom. All right, that should do it. If this don't work, nothing's gonna work. Yeah, Satan, man. Satan is trying to stop the truth. That's all it is. You know, he sees me working out here. He's scared. This cat, damn Israel, whatever your name is scared too. He said that I ran off. Yeah, I want to kind of address this guy too, because he thinks that this is what all these Hebrew Israelites think. They think that, oh, I destroyed you. You know, you can't. You know, you got destroyed. I cut you, brother. Yo, this guy was failing left and right. I mean, for him to think that, it just shows you the craziness of black Hebrew Israelites. Like they be thinking that they destroyed somebody, and it's like you didn't do nothing, man. You literally did nothing just now. Wow, this is insane. This is crazy. Yeah, there's something going on here. It's just not working, man. Jesus Christ. I can't even pull up the notes pad to type this thing out because it just starts spazzing out on me. All right, so I cut you. All right, I'm putting this on there. Let's see if this works. H. Look, now I don't even let me type anything. Yo, this is crazy. They don't let me type anything in here. That's the problem. All right, guys. I don't know what to do from here on because it's like I want to get some of y'all on here. If y'all want to drop maybe your email, maybe I can send it that way. Let me see if I can get out of Chrome for a second. But yeah, there's definitely some issues going on here in the background. Technical times, as they say in the movie business. But yeah, man, there goes that sound again. God damn. This is all through Chrome. Yeah, this is all through Chrome, pretty much. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this open right now because you know, yeah, and it won't even let me type nothing. That's amazing. Yeah, man. So just to get into this conversation that I had with this guy about Deuteronomy 28, you know, if he comes back on, then we can continue it. But it's pretty much going into one of the most popular, you know, breakdowns of the Black Hebrew Israelites. Deuteronomy 28, 36. I'm sorry, Deuteronomy 28 and 68. 36 is another one. But Deuteronomy 28 and 68, it's pretty much them claiming that there is a prophecy of the transatlantic slave trade right in the Bible. That this was prophesied by God to happen. And you know, this was something that I believed at some point, and it was huge to me because it pretty much brought the Bible to life, you know? Like I can see something written in the Bible and then I can see it in history, right? It happened and we see it. We can pull it out and we can you know, look at it and see it happening in real life, in real time. So to me it was just amazing. But yeah, here it is, man. Give me 1 second. Let's see if it works now. Copy and paste. You know, this thing is just insane. What's up with Chrome, yo? I can't even type. Holy crap. Let me see. You see that? This is what look at these comments. If somebody can get a link out of that, you know, go ahead. But this thing is spazzola right now. Holy crap. Holy crap. All right. I don't know if you could tell where that link begins and where it ends, but shit. I'm trying to, this thing just keeps going crazy. What is happening? Damn Satan all up in my stuff. Let me see here. I don't want to turn this off because it's like then it's gonna start up a whole new video. So it's like I gotta stay in here. All right, let me see. StreamYard, you are killing me right now. We need to copy. We need to paste. No, we need to copy first. Copy that, and then paste. Yo, what is happening? Holy shit. Yo, this shit is spazzing. Yo, what is happening? Sweet mother of Moses. I can't delete. Let me see. H P R H. No, P R H. No, motherfucker. Delete this shit. Jesus Christ. Yo, this is insane, man. Wow. Alright. Let's see if that did something. Nope. Connection lost. Let me see. Alright. Yes. Fucking finally. Alright. Let me see if this will work. StreamYard, blah, blah, blah. What is the thing? PR. And then boom. Yeah, that's the link. I don't know if it's coming up as a hyperlink where you can just click on it and go. But yeah, that's so strange, man. I'm trying to give this cat the business, as they say. You know, but there it is. I mean, I don't know if that's gonna do anything. I don't know if it's supposed to come up as a hyperlink. If y'all want to come on, yo, Israel, where you at? Israel for real, right? That's his name, Israel for real. Yeah, that dude was commenting, and I kind of want to share my screen and just go through it. I don't want this thing to spaz out on me, but I'm trying to remember what video it was. It's a video about, I guess, Quintez Brown. That's what it was. Yeah, let's go. So I'm gonna just share my screen. I hope y'all can hear me. All right, share screen to the crazy ass comments by Israel for real. right in the Chrome tab right here. All right, so let's go through this and just for a laugh. Hopefully this is coming through. Let's see. Let's just put the whole thing. Yeah, let's just do that. All right, so yeah, he's over here. This is him right here on the 63 comments. You know, he's saying that I ran. It's like, bro, after a while, it's like I don't have no obligation to be here and answer yours, you know, and try to damn explain to you your dumbass shit, man. Like, where did it start? I don't even know. Like, let's see. Is this it? Yeah. So I mean, it just goes on. Like, it just goes on and on. You know. Damn. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah. This is it right here. Those 63 replies. Yeah. So, show more. Okay. Yeah, here we go. All right. So yeah, let's go over this because man, I mean, I just want to show some of this ignorance of these Black Hebrew Israelites. Like you guys are horrible, horrible. If you're still out there, man, you're still on this. Goddamn Israel for real. Look at what you're saying here, man. So first of all, you said this is how we know that this is a setup. So he's saying that what Quintez Brown did, which was attempt to shoot a Jewish mayoral candidate, right? A politician. So this is in a way, this is an assassination attempt for political reasons. It could be. We don't know the details right now. We know that Quintez Brown had mental issues, like heavy mental issues. So this was on the video. These comments was on the video that I did about Quintez Brown. Quintez Brown was a gun reform Democrat when he was really young. So he started getting into politics really young. Joy Reid from MSNBC, you know, the reporter from MSNBC who's all woke, you know, on this damn racist, anti-racist feminism crap. She's one of the worst, and she's a Harvard graduate, which doesn't mean anything nowadays. Like, these Harvard graduates are idiots, man. Like, this person, Joy Reid, is one of the most idiotic people, and this guy's talking like a Joy Reid. Like, you're coming to conclusions for bad reasons. He's saying this is how we know that this is a setup. So he's saying that this is not real. It's a conspiracy theory. Quintez Brown was set up, and this is all pretty much to make the Hebrew Israelites look bad. Like this, so this guy was, I don't know what he's trying to say actually happened with Quintez Brown. Did he shoot the guy or not? Because there were 5 shots that were let off at the Jewish guy. Greenberg, I believe his last name was. Quintez Brown did that. There are eyewitnesses putting him at the scene, and this was done at the office of the mayoral candidate, which there are cameras there that can also place him at the scene. So there is multiple forms of evidence, multiple types of evidence to prove, to corroborate together and prove, you know, something that nobody's denying. Of course this thing happened. What kind of world do you live in where you think that everything you see is not real? This is how paranoia schizophrenics are born. It's this type of thinking. You don't think anything is real, and or you don't think anything that makes your church or your belief look bad. You think it's fake. This is so an easy way and a lazy way, really intellectually lazy way to just, you know, not address what really happened. You're embarrassed. You just want to. You don't want to have any negative attention on people that believe in your stuff. And it's like, you don't even know what this guy really believes, what happened. You could have just said, yo, he had mental problems. But no, you want to go down the route of, oh, this is a false flag. You're a damn Alex Jones over here. The Israelite Alex Jones. There's a lot of y'all. Hebrew Israelites do not associate with BLM. This is his reasoning. Look at how insane this is. This is how we know that it's set up. He knows. Like, he's not even saying, no, I just believe it. I can't prove it. He's saying he knows. Hebrew Israelites do not
associate with BLM at all because they are a part of the rainbow, whatever. They are part of the rainbow, the LGBTQ, whatever. Yes, we know that Black Lives Matter was started by lesbians, 3 lesbians. All 3 of them are lesbians, as far as I know, from what I heard. But we know that the movement is there along with the, pro-Black, they're pro-LGBT and all of that. Anybody that gets discriminated, they want to turn them into a victim and put them up and be their white knight, their savior, and all of that. So, yeah, we know that the Hebrew Israelites don't like that element of BLM, but they talk just like BLM. You're going to tell me that Hebrew Israelites don't be out here talking about how they're victims and the black man is a victim and the white man is taking advantage and the police shootings and racism? They talk just like BLM, man. One of the only differences is this whole LGBTQ part side of it. They're turning the frogs Israel. BLM is a super fraud and basically trying to be everything. Yeah, man. I mean, I started off when I first did a video of BLM, I was trying to be very careful and respectful and just try to get through a video where I'm not agreeing with, the point of view of something that's very controversial. And, I'm not going to get into all that, but, this guy is pretty much coming to a conclusion that he knows that this thing is all fake. This reporting of a shooting, which the shooting did happen, and people are reporting about it. The people that reported about it, the majority of the people that reported about it, didn't even mention anything about Hebrew Israelites. I had to dig through conservative news networks, and not even all of them posted it. The Daily Wire posted one of the articles, and you can see it in my video, and the New York Post posted an article, and there was probably another one that mentioned anything about Hebrew Israelites. The other ones didn't even mention it. It was like this thing with the Waukesha parade massacre with this guy that was also affiliated with Black Hebrew Israelites. Nobody else, none of these liberal news media said anything about him being tied to any Black supremacist, racist Hebrew Israelites at all. So if people are really trying to take the opportunity out here to shit on Black Hebrew Israelites, where they have to create a fake news story, a fake event, and have crisis actors or something all set up into this thing where you have multiple people all conspiring in agreement to set up a fake event to make Black Hebrew Israelites look bad. Well, how come the liberal news media had no reporting of it? There's not one news video about it either. Not one news video about, and I stress video, because people like to get their news from videos. People don't like to read. I read the articles that you can find right online, and that's how I found this information about the Lion of Judah Armed Forces, right? This is where that information came from. I got it from Daily Wire and New York Post, and there was another one that I didn't even post on my video, but I'm sure there was one more. This is 3 news media outlets out of thousands took the liberty of putting more information, which is good. I like the fact that they put that in with the Black Hebrew Israelites, with the Lion of Judah Armed Forces. They need to do that. They need to do that because they need to expose the radicalism, the racism, the nationalism on the left side, on the Democratic side, with African Americans. It's out there and it's heavier when you look at the percentage of how many African Americans are being radicalized, the percentage compared to white people and their population, it's not as bad. The only reason why there's more white people that are radicalized and that will maybe do some right-wing type of terrorism is because there's 4 or 5 times more white people in this country than Black people. But if you even out those numbers in population, you will have more Black people committing terroristic attacks. But the fact that they're only 13% of the population and the men are only 6 or 7%, which are the ones that usually do these types of acts, You're not going to have it so much, but it's out there, and it doesn't get called a hate crime or terrorism, you know, because they don't have any, they don't put this in the news article. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm gonna share the screen right now with the news articles that actually posted anything about this armed forces of Judah, you know, dealing with Quintez Brown. Yeah, if my damn if my damn you know, computer will let me type, because I don't know what's going on, man. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to not even deal with that right now. Because yeah, I'm having some technical difficulties. I appreciate y'all for sticking with me though, whoever's still on. Because you know, this is a little frustrating here. This is the second time I've had some issues. Yeah, I mean, whatever, man. I mean, pretty much you can find those articles if you type up Quintez Brown and you type armed for Lion of Judah armed forces. You'll see that this only comes up with maybe 2 or 3 articles. If you go to the liberal media, right, the MSNBC, NBC, what do you got? The Guardian, that's very liberal. Democracy Now, horribly liberal, so far left. Those guys are lost. If you ever heard of Democracy Now, that's the worst. One of the worst, probably the worst news outlet that has some type of notoriety. Like, people look to them as like there's some type of professional. You got The Hill, you got which they're a little bit mixed with some conservatives. They didn't even report that because they're actually pretty good sometimes. The New York Post has become one of my favorite news outlets. They don't give a damn who did what. If you're black, you know, it's like the thing with the liberals is that they try to stay away from condemning anything that black people have done, you know. But when it comes to a white person, look what they did with Kyle Rittenhouse. You know, they showed him for months, man, for almost 2 years, like 1.5 years. We were hearing about Kyle Rittenhouse as if this is the problem in America. It's the Kyle Rittenhouses. It's the young kids that want to, clean up the graffiti and help people, you know, that just so happened to have got caught up in a situation where he had to defend his life, you know? And it's like, yo, they were focused on that guy, and the liberal media called him a white supremacist, where there was no evidence of that. Now you do have evidence of black supremacy with Quintez Brown, and there's no mention of that amongst the liberal news media. You think there's some bias going on? And I'm being sarcastic, because obviously there is, man. You see it. It's worse amongst the lefties. It's worse amongst the Democrats, the progressives they call themselves, progressive Democrats they call themselves now, liberal Democrats. What do they call a democratic socialist, a social Democrat. The different ways of being a Democrat, and it's like they're getting pushed more and more to the left. They don't even notice it. So when you hear a moderate Democrat talk, like John McWhorter, who's a moderate Democrat who doesn't fall for this bullshit, this BLM woke bullshit, when you hear him talk, you think he sounds crazy, because he don't sound like the typical liberal or lefty who sounds crazy. But it's become so normalized that's the normal thing you hear now. These lefties are insane, man, and they let shit slide that some black people do, and BLM does it. Hebrew Israelites do it. They focus more on what white people are doing. Look how evil white people are. So Hebrew Israelites and BLM use the same formula. It's called the victimhood doctrine, and this is what I call it, and the just a hood doctrine, let's call it. Victimhood doctrine, though. Black people are the victims. Even when they put themselves in jail. No, the problem is not that they commit crime. The problem is the system that's putting them in jail. It's not that they're doing crimes to put themselves in jail. Like, come on, man. Let's open our eyes and look at what would have happened if this Quintez Brown wasn't black and a Democrat. If he was a white conservative, they would have been showing this shit till now. Right now, they would have been talking to neighbors and just create more stories about it. You know, attack it from another angle. It's just insane. But yeah, Savon, you got it, man. Yeah, it won't even. Okay, here we go. It says there has been a lot of these kinds of attacks lately, and yes, it hardly gets any coverage. We all know if it were the other way around, everyone would know about it. Yeah, man, for sure. The doctrine of hypocrisy. It's straight hypocrisy, man. It's like it's definitely a lot of hypocrisy with it, but it's like, yeah, they don't even see it, you know, which I guess that's what hypocrites do. They don't even really see what they're doing. But they then say that, you know, instead of the white man being demonized, they say that no, people like to demonize black people. It's like you got it all backwards, man. Somebody put that in the comment section for that same video. And I'm like, yo, you got it completely backwards, man. Look at Kyle Rittenhouse alone. You know how many black people have done, you know, worse than what Kyle Rittenhouse did? It's a clear self-defense case. They had cameras all over the place, man. You had even drone cameras that they didn't even release until later. But everybody saw what happened immediately. And the conclusions that people were coming to was like night and day. It didn't make sense. It's like we're watching two different videos because people are looking at, oh, this is a white guy. Oh, look what he's doing. He shouldn't have a gun. And it's like you're not even looking at the fact that these people came to attack him on many occasions, groups. They got him down to the floor. He could have been killed. He could have been killed even with one hit with a skateboard to the head. That could kill somebody, man. I've seen somebody get knocked the hell out with a skateboard before, man. You know what that could do to a person's brain, to a head? You know? It's like, come on, man. People are like, oh, you'd have to kill him. What was he supposed to do at that point? It was either his life or theirs. And he had the legal right to do it. How many stories can we find out here about black gang members like the Gangster Disciples who killed a white guy here because they love that interracial shit. When it's a racial dynamic behind the death of somebody, you know, they blow that shit up. You know, but when it's white on black. But when it's black on white, where is it? You didn't hear there's 5 Gangster Disciples that killed this white guy. Before they killed him, they raped him for hours, sodomized him for hours. They cut him all over his body. They burned him, and then they chopped the body up, put it in the trunk of a car, and just left the car somewhere. This is what they did to a white guy. 5 black Gangster Disciples. Where's that trial at? Where are the cameras for that trial? You know? Look at what they're focusing on, and look at what they're not focusing on. So I went on a little rant here. I'm sorry, but this guy here is just, you know, people like this do it to me. This guy's insane. I think black people did get demonized in the past one time, but not today. I agree, definitely. And that's the problem, is that if there's no, it's like they have no, it's like people today that think like this, these woke people, they have no sense of linear time. So what happened 60 years ago in their mind is still happening right now because it gets played. Like, I mean, these things constantly come up in videos, in movies. 12 Years a Slave. I mean, lately they have been having a lot of these revenge, you know, kill white people movies. Django, you know, you had the documentary that Nasheem whatever made about 1804, the Haitian Revolution, which me and Negi were talking about. And it's like, you know, they're doing this and they're showing you, yeah, you know, we overcame. Look, this is murder porn. We're, you know, getting revenge. We're killing white people, you know, and it's like, you know, it's like it's still putting you in that time. You know, I see people like this on Facebook that are former ICGJC members and are still Hebrew Israelites, and some of them have left the Hebrew Israelite religion or belief altogether, but they're still caught up with that victimhood. They still think that racism is everywhere, and I can't even come out here and make an honest living. I got to be out here and sell drugs because I got to make money and feed my little girl and shit. It's like there's other options out here. It's like this is a setup. This is all a damn psych operation to get black people even worse in an even worse situation than they already are in. Because now you discourage that, oh shit, I can't do nothing out here. There's racism everywhere. I can't do nothing, man. I gotta go out here and do my own thing. That's what some of these cats think, man. So look at the attitude of some of these young kids, man. They don't. It's like they like to do evil. They are accepting this culture as if it's like, you know, a religion in a way. But we get right back to this comment, man. I want this guy to come back too. He says in the Family Guy. In Family Guy, they had a show recently where they killed the White Walkers. That's funny. I didn't even thought about that with Game of Thrones and stuff. But there's a lot of that, man. There's a lot of that. There was actually a YouTube video put out, very liberal shit put out by whatever P. Diddy's news media is called. I think it's called Reason or something. There's some with an R. And it's pretty much black people being asked by, I don't even know what the hell the purpose of this video was, but it's a bunch of black liberals and Indian and Hispanic, you know, anything but white people. They're asking these people, you know, what are white people so good at? What's so good about being white? And they're all just like, I don't know, you know, and they'll start talking about, you know, the typical shit. You know, white people don't season their food. Or white people don't know how to dance. Or white people this. Or white people don't know that. You know, it's like, oh, well, I mean, if you really want to be serious, because nobody was real on that damn video. Everybody was on that typical blackology way of talking, that hood doctrine that you just repeat. Oh, but white people can't season. They don't know how to season their food. They got pale ass chicken. They smell like wet dogs and old pennies, old rusty pennies. That's the typical shit that you hear. And that's the type of shit that they were saying. And this is a video on YouTube, and YouTube is censoring the shit out of people that are being racist against black people. You know, like you can't even say, if you type up in the comment section anywhere on YouTube that 55% of the crime in the United States is done by black people, that comment will get flagged and automatically removed. You can't post that. It's a fact. And you cannot say that. You can't say that 55% of the crime in this country is done by black people. You definitely can't say 50% of the homicides. What did I say? Crime? You know, because it's like there's so many different crimes. It's like it's hard to really get an accurate number, but we can get it down to a certain number. But when we talk about the homicides, right? Murders, 55% of the murders that we know, that we caught, that we know who the offender is, are being done by black people. That means that there are some cases that we don't know who did it, and it could be more black people, which is what the evidence is leading towards. The evidence that we have so far shows you that they're doing 55% of it, and they're 13% of the population. That shit's crazy, man. And that shit gets censored. And when you bring that information up to somebody, like my cousin, when I told him, like, this is the issue, not police. What's Black Lives Matter doing, focusing on something, gaslighting you? Misdirection. It's a misdirection of what the problem is. The reason why cops are coming into the community is because of the crime. 95% of these stories that you hear about somebody getting shot, some black person or a mulatto like Dwayne, what's his name, Dante Wright in Minnesota, who was half black, half white. What did he do before that? Why were the cops stopping him? It was because of a what do they say? It was an air freshener hanging from the sun. No, it wasn't. The dude had a goddamn warrant for his arrest. First of all, he was a murderer. He killed one person and almost killed another one, left them paralyzed. And these people that he did that to are black. They are black. But because he's half black, he gets a pass. If he would have been full white, what would you do? What? Now that's a problem, right? People want to talk about that now. But because he's half black, he don't even have to be full black. It's like, yo, we'll take it. We'll take you, man. Join the team. You're half black. You're good. You're protected. You got the complexion for the protection. Used to be the other way around, right? So now, things have changed, man. We're living in a different time, man. We're living in a completely different time where black people are being victimized. They're being appeased. People feel sorry for them. There's a lot of pity. It's a pity party for black people right now. And fucking, white people are the fucking the stepping stool. They're the pinata. They're the butt of the joke. They're the enemies, and it's like this shit is like a movie, man, where you got to create the enemy, and it's like they're fucking kissing ass right now. They're licking boots in the streets of for black supremacists. They're licking the boots of black supremacists out here. That's what white people are doing. They're not out here trying to fucking, stop them from making a living. Like that's craziness, man. They're giving out mad jobs out here. They actually have quotas where you have to hire black people. If you don't, you're gonna get called a racist. And it's like now it doesn't matter if they're not qualified. You got to get a black person in. Like that's what's happening out here, man. There's no black people licking the boots of white supremacists out here. First of all, white supremacists won't be allowed to speak in the streets like they let black people do out here. Black supremacists. Don't y'all realize that? I was thinking about that the other day. I'm like, this shit wouldn't happen. It wouldn't fly. What we used to do as Hebrew Israelites, what I used to do, it would not happen. If it was a white supremacist group saying that all black people are going to go back into slavery, y'all going to die, y'all all deserve hell, and God hates you. That's what some of the stuff that black Hebrew Israelites say. Oh, y'all did slavery, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, in the Bible, guess what? God never condemned slavery as something wrong. So why is that not there? Why did he do that? Why did he have the opportunity to do that? He didn't do it. And now you mad at slavery and shit. Well, God should have condemned it. If black Hebrew Israelites don't, it's not that they don't like slavery, it's that they don't like when it happens to them because they can't wait to enslave white people, which is what they think. And this is what this idiot thinks right here. Israel for real. Let's go back to these dumbass comments because I really want to address this, and he might even come on here later and listen to this. So, I went off on a little tangent there, but this is part of the problem right here. This whole way of thinking, and he thinks that they're different, which is funny. It's like, BLM and Hebrew Israelites are pretty much the same crap. They just add in the LGBT as other people who do also have a history of being, marginalized, of being, what's the word, discriminated. LGBT, man, come on, man. They still get discriminated, man. The word gay became a word that meant lame or something bad. Oh, that's gay, right? Why do they do that? Because they think being gay is a bad thing. So it's like the word gay was first meant happy, and then it meant homosexual, and then it meant lame or bad. And that's what people did because, why do you think they got to be in the closet? Because people fucking hate. People out here hate that. They hate homosexuality. They think it's a sin. They think it's part of the devil. All that shit. And it's like, believe what you want to believe, but leave people alone, man. They're not bothering you out here. They're in their fucking room, in their bed, doing what they do. I mean, that's it when it comes to that. But this is a big problem. This is like, but look at the logic, though. This is how we know that it is a setup, he says. Hebrew Israelites do not associate with BLM. This is a stupid conclusion or a way to conclude that it is a setup because BLM, people that follow BLM can be converted into an Israelite later. What are you talking about? Hebrew Israelites want to get members in. Doesn't matter if they believe in BLM in the moment. There's fucking people, Hebrew Israelites trying to bring people in that are in jail, that murdered somebody, that did all types of shit. Well, BLM, that's where they draw the line? It doesn't make sense, man. This comment is stupid, man. This is the first comment. Right off the bat, I already know this guy is illogical because he's coming to a conclusion that he knows it's a setup because he also knows that no black Hebrew Israelites anywhere associate with BLM. How the hell would he know that at all? Oh, you check all these fucking locations, you know, everywhere where there's a black person or a Hebrew Israelite and a BLM believer or follower or supporter. And how did you come to this conclusion, man? Based on what? Some conjecture, your own little fucking evidence of some story that happened one time. That's what he eventually led to. At all, he says, like, bro, you don't know shit. And where are you at, man? Get the hell back on my channel, man. Because these comments are fucking stupid. That's why you ran. You're saying that I ran. You Iraq. You ran. That's what he said up here somewhere. He said up in the comment section. He said, why did you run off? Like, bro, we were commenting and I was driving. And then he commented like, yo, why you taking so long to respond? I'm like, bro, I was driving home. Like, let me give you my email and maybe we can exchange phone numbers since you have like no fucking patience to you know, wait for a comment, a response from me. I was like, God damn. But yeah, be specific. Oh, you talking to this guy or talking to who you talking to, Bob Gato? I don't know what you mean, be specific. But yeah, so I mean, let's just read this comment here. So I mean, well, my response was, you know, pretty much trying to expose his dumb logic. He says, I said, so you believe a person who has been involved with BLM nonsense will never associate with a Hebrew Israelite group. Your logic makes me sad for you. Yeah, because that's basically what he's saying. That, you know, you're BLM, that's it. This is the sin of blasphemy that can never be forgiven. You know, so black Hebrew Israelites just don't associate. They don't try to recruit them. According to what, man? According to this dumbass comment, I'm supposed to just believe him at all, he says. Like, look at this. So much confidence in nothing, man. You have no evidence to fucking have this confidence. Like why are you so confident? It's like you're an ugly ass damn dude with all this damn trying to holler at girls with all this false confidence, man. You got nothing, bro. What are you saying over here? Hebrew Israelites do not associate with BLM at all. They want to convert them, dude. Why? How could this mean that because BLM supports LGBT and Hebrew Israelites doesn't, that Quintez Brown couldn't have done this? How does that fucking connect? Make the connection there, man, because it doesn't make sense, bro. You're missing some evidence that ties that shit together. You're just fucking. This is the conspiracy theory way of thinking. There's no connection. Your evidence is this fucking event. That's not evidence. It's not evidence at all. But let me see what he's saying. I feel like they don't really believe they are being targeted, though. I really feel this is all gaslighting to disconstruct America. Well, I mean, some of these people are just useful idiots, right? They're going along with it, Savan, is what I believe. I think they're just going along with it. And it's like they found something that they think is worth fighting for, you know, something that they think is righteous. We're gonna do away with racism. You know, that's what they're trying to do. It's like it can happen. It's not gonna happen like that. Things are happening naturally, and I think things are getting better naturally. Don't force shit. It's not gonna work. They're trying to make it seem like, you know, they're just, we're not taking no racism no more. And it's like, listen, man, shit's gonna happen from all sides. How many times have you seen a racist black person like just do whatever the fuck they want to do and speak to people however they want to speak to? And then when you respond the way that they're responding, because that's how I am, you give me a certain energy, I'm gonna give it back to you. I won't stoop to levels that these people stoop to, but I'll definitely come at you with that same energy. And what would they do? Well, you're racist. And it's like, but you're racist. You would just be a racist. You know how many times I've seen that? I posted a video about a woman taking sage from Asian people's property, right? Or Asian woman's property, at least. I think her husband was white. And the Asian woman comes out and she's like, well, what are you doing? You know, really nice. The lady was fucking kind as fuck. This is my last video. And then the black woman that was just taking sage from somebody else's property without asking, just felt the need to say, yo, I'm gonna just Go and grab me a handful of sage, which she said is it's a what did she say? It's a plant or it's a medicinal. I forgot what she called it. Sacred. That she said it. Sage is sacred. You can buy that shit at Walmart, man. What you talking about sacred? Like, what the fuck are you saying? It's sage, man. Relax. You know, this is another form of pseudo fucking spiritualism. This pseudo religious bullshit, man. You know, and it's just like she has the right to just go up on your property and take whatever she pleases. And you can't tell her no. You can't come out and say, well, why you should have asked me? Because that's what the Asian woman said. She said, I would have let you, but you didn't even ask me. You just felt the need to bring your fucking ass right to my yard and take my shit. Like, who do you think that you are? Her response was, I'm talking, let me talk. And even though she's cutting her off at every fucking point, you can't cut her off. So this is what's happening with BLM, Savant, and with the black community. You can't kill a black person. No matter what. They can kill you, but do not kill a black person. They're fucking sacred. They're special. They're the indigenous black people. You know, all of that shit. Their identity is their power. So it's like, you killed a black person? Oh my God. It's fucking, you're clutching your pearls now. It's not the same effect as you killed a white person? Oh, well. You know, that's how they fucking deal with it. You know, oh, a black person was racist to you? So what? You guys been doing it for years. It's been happening to us for years. That logic right there is fucking horrible, by the way. That's a tu quo qui fallacy. I hear that shit all the time. Well, they did it to us, but you didn't like that they did it to you. So why would you do it back to them out of spite? Something that you don't like. Now you're doing it too. It's like you're like a fucking child. Tit for tat responses. You did it, so I'm gonna do it. What the fuck is that? These motherfuckers got problems, yo. It's so fucking. I need a lot of time, hours, days of different videos talking about the issues that are plaguing Black America. You know, so I mean, yeah, they can't be racist. They changed the definition of racism. They literally done that. This is George Orwell, 1984. They're changing the definitions of words, so they don't have to. So they can't be racist now, because they have no power. Which is what they say, which is not true. They do have power. How many black mayors do you see in this country? They're everywhere, man. Memphis, fucking Baltimore, New York City. I think Miami. I mean, listen, you can go down the line. You might have more black mayors out here in well, let's say in a state, because there's a lot of cities in this country. But let's go through a state and see how many black mayors do we have in this state, how many white mayors. And you might have more white population, but you'll have more black mayors. There was a so-called, this guy is not my friend no more, because I mean, according to him, I don't give a fuck what you think and what you believe. If you believe this dumb shit, I'm gonna let you be dumb. But you know, I'm gonna argue with you. I'm gonna talk to you if you want to talk about it. You know, if you don't, we can be cool. We talk about other stuff. But if you want to talk about this shit, let's go into it. I like talking about this. I'd rather talk about this than some fucking sports, right? So this guy, let's talk about this NFL coaches stuff. Now they're nitpicking the fact that in the NFL there's a very small amount of black coaches, and they're overlooking the fact that the players overwhelmingly are black, man, and they make more money sometimes than the coaches on many occasions. So you're complaining about something because you want it all. You need it all, and you see a discrepancy, or you know, yeah, a discrepancy or a disparity rather, and you assume it's due to discrimination. This is what feminists do with the wealth pay. What do they call it? The wealth gap, where they say that men are making more than women. It's because of sexism, and it's not. There's a natural explanation to these things. So Bob Gatto, yo, you want to come on, man? Come on, man. Let's talk about prophecy, man. Deuteronomy 28:68. Is that a prophecy? Did you find out you not Israel? Man, I mean, just the way that you form the sentence. That you not Israel. Israel is a land and was a man. So do you mean an Israelite? Like, bro, finish your sentences, man. You see, this is the type of people that fall into these cults. It's uneducated people like this that can barely write. And I'm sure you can barely read, because if you read Deuteronomy 28:68, which they make you read in the fucking old King James version, you don't understand it, man. You don't understand what it's saying. You know? Do you know prophecy? What is the definition of a prophecy? Is it a prediction? Is that what it is? Because I don't know. That's a weird question that you're asking there. Do you know prophecy? What does that mean? Do I know prophecy? What the fuck does that mean, bro? Oh God, man, these people, yo, like y'all are. There's no shortage of like stupidity amongst these people. That's why this channel is just gonna keep going, man. I think he bounced, man. Like I need you to get on here, Bob Gatto. Like I really do, because I mean you're gonna be the punching bag, because Israel for real is just, I don't know, man. He's scared or something. He ain't having it. So you're gonna be the one. Come on, man. Come on here. You see now this is spazzing out again. You know you're Latin. Latin is a language, my friend. But yeah, I'm Latino. What are you? Gato. What are you? Black? That's a color. What are you? Who are you? You know, I'm a mix of different things, Mr. Gato. But you know, I'm gonna invite you on, man. You know, and so we can just talk, because all this is going back and forth with the comments is just not, it's not gonna help. It's better for us just to really talk about it. You know, no, I'm mad about what, bro? I don't get it. I think you're the one that's mad of what Latins did to black people, and you're fucking, you want revenge. You're the one that's mad, bro. Are you mad at history? Are you mad at prophecy? Because the prophecy that you think happened was slavery, right? Does that make you upset that that your ancestors were, you know, used as you know, like cattle, moved around like cattle and used like property and sold, you know, and you were conquered by a people that you think is nothing, but yet they conquered you, your people, and you think you're better though. And you have a form of racism if you believe that you're an Israelite, you know, because I have no clue who the hell you are. No, you're not. Of what you found out, bro, your like sentences, your incomplete sentences are just not making sense, man. Like put a complete sentence together, my friend, and then I'll holler back at you, because I don't know what you're doing right now. This is not English. You know, like work on your grammar, man. Are you an American? Like fucking Asians come over here, learn the English language, and fucking kill it out here. What is your excuse, man? What's your, is English your first language, bro? Like what's happening? You know, if English is not your first language, then I understand, Mr. Gato. Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know. You can come on my live, man. I mean, I don't know what you're trying to do here, but come on my live. Don't be scared. You don't have to show your face. I want to talk to you about what is it that you're trying to, what is it that you're trying to do? What is it that you're trying to find out? You trying to come on here and be a scoffer. Didn't the Bible speak against this type of stuff? Yeah, I mean, I don't care that I'm not an Israelite. You're not either, man. You're just not. Oh yeah, Mr. Gregory Blackston, the discussion with Negi Springfield, you know, which was earlier. You missed it, but you know, it's going to be on here soon. It was about this white former black Hebrew Israelite You know, so we have a former Black Hebrew Israelite of a group called Torah Knights that was white. So I guess you can't really call him a Black Hebrew Israelite, but he was part of a group, and you know, I thought it was interesting, and you know, so this is a common response here. You know, instead of getting, you know, an answer and asking me a question about what's going on, or how do I feel about whatever, you want to assume that you can read my mind, and you just put bad intentions on me, because that's the easiest way for you to win your argument, instead of actually having a good, you know, discussion about what you're talking about and proving that I hate the truth, you know, because if I don't believe it's the truth, how can I hate it? You know, I don't believe it's true. Whatever you think is true, I don't believe it. It's not that I hate it. That doesn't make any sense. I think it's true and I hate it. And now I want to make pretend that I don't think it's true because I hate it. Oh, yo, what are you saying, Bob Gatto? You're fucking crazy. This happens all the time. This happened with Captain Kataza of the ISUPK, when I brought up how the Puerto Rico stones, the Father Lazario stones, have not been authenticated as Hebrew. He went down this whole thing that you're doing here, which is assuming bad intent. So that way you don't have to go through the harder debate and, you know, debunking and actually talking. You can just easily just say something that, you know, I won. It's like, but you just want to win an argument. Like, is that what you want? You want to feel good? You want to feel like you accomplished something? You know, bro, get a job, man. Get a job. Go invest in the stock market. Buy some property, and tell your fellow Hebrew Israelites and Black people to get their money up, because Asians, white people, Hispanics, and everybody else in this country are passing them when it comes to wealth and health. You're getting left behind in the dust. And you're focused on prophecy and the Bible and racism. And it's like, bro, you're focused on the wrong shit. You know, there's so much crime right now in the Black community. They're killing themselves. Like, it's not even funny anymore, man. There's already over 100 homicides in Philadelphia this year. They're on pace to break the record that they broke last year. Kids are getting shot 16 times for no reason, you know? And it's like they can't shoot worth for shit because they have no father figure in the house to show them how to shoot and take them to the gun range. So what happens to the stray bullets? They hit other kids, innocent people. That's what's going on in the hood. That's what I hate. The truth. The truth is fucking, it's a construct that we created based upon what can be proven, man. You can't prove that you're an Israelite from a tribe of Judah or whatever the hell you believe, man. Like you can't prove none of that. It makes you feel good. I understand, Mr. Valgato, but I'm gonna need you to, you know, humble thyself and try to get me to just answer your question and take me at my word. You know, like I have no reason to lie to you. Who the hell are you, bro? See, for you to think that you figured me out, I hate the truth. Or, this is what people do. There's somebody on last time. You just hate God. Like, how can I hate God if I say that I'm not convinced that a God even exists? So you say that, oh, this is all just because you hate God. Like, what are you talking about, man? This is the same, you know, way of arguing. It's not logical. It's not smart. You know, none of that. But yeah, man. Bob Gatto. I mean, I'm gonna put the if it lets me over here, because this thing is just not working anymore. But I'm gonna try to get that link on there. I actually posted it up, you know, up towards the top if y'all want to look for that link. But it's just, I don't know, man. It's just not working right now. Let me try something else here, because I got it in my Gmail. So maybe if I actually get on this chat through my phone, I can post that link straight to y'all. Yeah, so give me a second here, fellas. any women are on here. Give me a second, ladies. Looks like it's mostly men on here. You know, this damn testosterone. We want to damn argue and let's relax, y'all. Let's relax. Bob Gato, Bob Cat. You know, Bob Pussy. What is it that you trying to do on here? Like, you want to get on and talk to me because we could do that. If you're scared, just say so. You know, because this is all that happens all the time, man. It's always the stupid people with no self-awareness that come on here and they make fools of themselves and they don't even see it. Like the young, Judite, Hebrew Israelite, whatever the hell. You know, they come on here with so much confidence and they just this is the Dunning-Kruger effect. I think Bob Gatto knows that he can't do stuff. I know all your tricks, bro. So you don't want to come on here. You want to stay on the sideline and hide and not have a real conversation. Like, yo, let's really talk. If you have the truth, I can't do anything against it. So you should have mad confidence right now. Where's the confidence at, man? Come on here, man. Stop this bullshit talking shit on the sideline like a bitch. You know, like a little punk out here, like, oh, you just hate the truth. Okay, did you accomplish what you wanted to do, man? Like, go on your way. Get out of here, man. Like, you're just a pest at this point, man. Like, you're not adding anything to this conversation. You know, it's like, man, you're just becoming a punching bag for me right now. Just somebody to rag on, you know, because you're stupid, bro. You are, man. Like, I don't know what your angle is. What do you believe? Tell me that. You know, because I don't understand anything like, you know, like you're saying. You must be like a troll. There'd be people that just want to just start shit, you know, and they think it's funny that they get somebody to respond to them and shit. It's like, oh, you lonely. You know, I mean, bro, I'm here, bro. I'm here for you. I'll give you, you know, the attention that you want. But I want you to come on. Bob Gatto, would you come on here? If I'm wasting my time, then you're wasting your time even more by being on here. I mean, what are you doing? If I'm wasting my time right now, right? You're here also wasting your time. Oh my God. Bro, you seem like you're mad. I'm wasting my time. Why do you have to tell me that? You mad? Let me waste my time. Go ahead and start your own ministry. Go ahead and save Israel, bro. Don't you know that when you save somebody, that covers a multitude of sins? Alms cover a multitude of sins too. But yeah, man. If you're an Israelite, you know, you're a prince of the power. Come on here with all that energy, all that power, with your, you know, with your ancestors behind you. You got Jacob, you got Isaac, you got Abraham. They're all rooting for you, man. Come on the live. Have a conversation with me. Let's go over Deuteronomy 28 and 68. I'm telling you, you're wasting your time. Yeah, you're not explaining anything, though, bro. I'm wasting my time. And what else? You're missing more information there. Your sentences are too short. You know, it's like your brain is lazy and you just like, you're not thinking about what you're trying to get across. I'm wasting my time talking to you. I'm wasting my time doing a live. I'm wasting my time trying to get you on the live. What am I wasting my time about, bro? You understand that this is an incomplete sentence here? You know, it's just not, it doesn't mean anything, bro. You need to explain what you're talking about better. Please, you know. By the way whereof I spake unto you, thou shalt see it no more again. You're a gimmick. I think a Hebrew Israelite is actually a gimmick, bro. You're like an angry black man that wants to be out here and say power to the people and raise a fist, and we're gonna one day overcome and destroy white people. That's the gimmick, my friend. But come on here. I mean, just come on the chat. Why do y'all always do this? And y'all just want to keep talking shit on the sideline, bro. What if I block you? Would that make you sad? Because you look like you're really enjoying yourself here. But if I block you, you know, you won't be able to do this unless you get on another, you know, another username. But then it's like, at that point, it's like, why? Why would you waste your time if you feel that this is all a waste of time? It's like, you don't even see what you're doing, bro. You're exposing yourself. I think he's saying you're wasting your time trying to go against the Black Hebrew Israelites because they are the truth and you're not. Ah, okay. Got you. Got you. But what I'm saying is that we can talk about this Black Hebrew Israelite stuff. Like, what? Let's talk about one topic, Bob Gatto. And then let's get you on here, and then we address that single topic, because you're going to be all over the place. I know how Hebrew Israelites' minds are. You guys have ADHD and all types of other shit, and you can't focus on one thing, which is, let's just do Deuteronomy 28:68. Let's do that. Deuteronomy 28:68. Let's read it. Let's go over the Hebrew Israelite breakdown, which it changes sometimes too. It'll change, but I know that in Deuteronomy 28:68 it says that the Lord is going to bring you back to Egypt again. Hebrew Israelites say that Egypt means slavery, right? Is that what you say? Does Egypt mean slavery, Bob Gatto? Because, like, you got to answer my questions too. You know, I answer yours, you answer mine. This is common courtesy, bro. Because you're just on here doing your own thing, thinking that I need to answer to you. And it's like, bro, you're not, you know, you don't have that power. You don't have the mic. You know, but you know, you want the attention, and you're a Hebrew Israelite, which is a punching bag for me, an easy punching bag. I mean, especially if you're one of these One West guys, bro. I know how your mind works. I know how your brain is wired to think. You know. So where do you get that information from, that the word slavery, or that the word Egypt means slavery? Are you going to go to Exodus chapter 20 verse 2 to give me a definition for the word Mizraim? Is that what you're going to do? I don't know. Yeah, Bob the slob. Bob the slob, you need to get a job. Stop slobbing on my knob. Because this is all you're doing, bro. You're just on my dick right now. Which you think that I'm wasting my time. If I'm wasting my time, what the hell are you doing? What the hell are you doing here on a live of a person, you know, a live that you know, a person that's wasting their time is doing? You're on this live. It's a waste of time to be on the live. Oh shit. Because that's where it began. What is it, bro? Can you fucking type out what you're saying? Because that's where it began. That's where slavery began? What are you saying, man? Explain yourself, bro, because I'm saying a lot of things. And you're commenting a lot of things. So I don't know what you're addressing, man. If you get on the live, we could avoid all this shit. You're being a bitch, man, and you're scared. Just come on the live and just talk. And I could talk back. And it's not going to be like, I'm not going to get on you. I'm not going to be screaming on you. I know that you're going to be on it, probably insulting me and being all fucking, you know, an asshole. Like Hebrew Israelites, like, they think they got the right to be assholes. But yeah, Bob Gatto is probably talking about, Exodus 20:2, where it says that the Lord, you know, brought the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. In the land of Egypt, there were houses, bondage houses. Israel's first slavery. Fucking crazy. So what does that have to do with anything? Because the Bible says that God is going to send them back to Egypt again. Egypt is a land. Now, if I say I'm going to send you back to Israel, then we know we're talking about land. What you're doing is changing the meaning of the word Egypt and changing it to reframing it to mean slavery. But if I say I'm going to send you back to Israel. If the word Israel means prince of the power, am I saying that I'm going to send you back to the prince of the power? Because that's what you're doing. You're playing with definitions of words. The Bible, scriptures tell you in Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 60. Deuteronomy 28, verse 60 says that God is going to give you the curses of Egypt. Does that mean the curses of slavery? Or does that mean the curses of the land of Egypt? That's what I want to know. No, but it'll be better if you just come on here, man. Like, why y'all all fucking scared, man? It's like, this shit is like, I hate doing this talking back and forth, bro. Come on the fucking live, man. Yo, come on the live. Stop typing, man. Fuck, do you understand, bro? Come on the live. Do you need a link? It's already on here. Fuck. It's fucking annoying, bro. Like, you're dumb, too, and you think you're smart. The worst, bro. Like, you can't tell you can't, I can't tell you shit. You think you're smart. You're not, man. You're dumb, bro. You learn from idiots, man. From fucking wackos, man. This whole shit comes from a bunch of maniacs that think that they're better than you and shit. Black people think they're better than Hispanics too. The black Hebrew Israelites, I mean, like a Ariyah. Well, yeah, I'm the tribe of Judah. We're better than Ephraim. It's like, y'all even racist against yourselves, man. Like, y'all ain't about love and gathering and none of that shit. Y'all cats, all y'all do is cause nothing but trouble everywhere y'all go. But yeah, my shit's bugging out again. Yeah, I mean, the reason why Gregory Blackson is because this cat doesn't know how to fucking address, questions or speak a complete sentence and put in what he's saying. He's just saying, well, it this and he this and it that. And it's like, what is it? Explain what you're saying, man. Come on the live so we don't have to go through this, bro. This shit is annoying, bro. Like talking to y'all cats. Like y'all have mental problems, man. I have a cousin that got into this joint. My cousin Esutito, man. That dude got mental problems, man. He's not smart. So they come in a place like this because it makes them feel smart. These are locations that teach things and you learn the Bible. And it's like, now nothing matters but the Bible. You say you don't care about money. You don't care about nothing. Why would you not care about money and getting money, bro? Like, what? Are you crazy? What else? How are you gonna pay your rent, bro? What are you gonna do? Live under a fucking bridge somewhere? Or just think God is gonna pay your rent somehow? Are you waiting on Jesus to fucking give you a mansion? Like, you're fucking lazy, bro. Like you're living in fantasy world, Bob. But yeah, man, I mean, Egypt was bondage to Israel. Oh my God. Egypt is a land to Israel. The Egyptians put them in bondage houses. So what are you saying, bro? The scriptures talk about you going back to the Israelites going back to the land of Egypt. So how do you know that it's not talking about them going back to the land of Egypt? How do you know that it's not talking about the land of Egypt? Egypt was bondage to Israel. This shit is like his own private interpretation, or somebody else's private interpretation that he's just parroting. He doesn't even understand what he's saying, because right after it says Egypt, it says, by the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. There ye shall be sold. There is a place. If bondage is what Egypt is supposed to mean, bondage is not a place. So why would it say, by the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again, which is clearly talking about the land of Egypt? Why would it say, there ye shall be sold, which is talking about a place, bro? By the way whereof I spake unto thee. Where did God speak to the children of Israel? in Egypt. That's the way. The way is a place. By the way is a place. Not bondage, not a condition. Bro, you've been duped. You've been duped to rearrange words and definitions of shit to mean something else so that it can make sense to you that, yeah, I'm an Israelite. If you don't do none of this fucking mental gymnastics and damn scripture tap dancing that you're doing, you can't make any sense of it to fit your damn belief. This is just crazy. Egypt was a place where God's people was in slavery, but God gave Israel his people. Israelites was disobeyed God. Egypt was a place where you spelled that wrong. God's people was in slavery, but God give Israel his people. I don't know, man. I know some of y'all probably don't have English as your first language, man. I don't know, man. Because sometimes I'll read what y'all trying to say, and I'm like, I don't think you spell certain things right. Y'all could come on this live, man. Let me just send y'all, because I was supposed to do that. Because I want somebody to come on here, man. Like this is a waste of time. Just like this messaging, texting back and forth is like there's a damn you get lost in translation here. There's a communication issue, and it's like it doesn't work. So yeah, let me get on my San Miguel joint and San Miguel TV. Here we go. Boom. All right, so y'all see the link in a minute here. Boom. Y'all should see it now. All right, you see the link? Damn, where'd it go? Egypt is where Israel received. Damn, that's crazy. They blocking the link. I just posted it from my phone and it won't even post. That's crazy. Egypt is where Israel received the first taste of slavery. God telling them, I will return you back to Egypt, is telling them that they will go back to slavery. But that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. But Egypt is a place, bro. So if God is saying, I'm going to send you back to Egypt, he's literally saying he's going to send them back to that place called Egypt, that land. You're coming up with your own interpretation of what it's saying. Now, Mr. PJ, right? I can get you on here if this shit will let me damn post a link. Like, what's going on? I've posted. It let me do it before, and it should be on there. But I don't know what's going on, y'all. This shit is crazy. But yeah. So my question to that is, okay, if God means, because God could have just put slavery, right? God damn, look at this. Okay, this is gonna be deleted. Yeah, if God means, he could have just made it clear, man. This whole fucking the Riddler, God is the Riddler now. He's fucking talking in riddles and shit. It's like, come on, man. Like, why does it say, by the way whereof I spake unto thee, right? Forget the live. Let's go back to Deuteronomy 28. Well, I mean, on the live, we could talk about Deuteronomy 28. What you mean? That's what we're trying to do. Talk about these scriptures that you guys believe is evidence to prove whatever the hell you believe in, which a scripture being evidence is first of all, that's your first mistake. You think a scripture is evidence. It's like, no, man, I'm sorry, bro. You got to do better than reading a scripture and coming up with an interpretation of some shit, which is your private interpretation. It's like, you could do better than that. All right, y'all see the link, man. If y'all could, I don't know, just try to get on, man. Don't be scared, yo. That's it. Get on. Like, I'm not gonna bite y'all. Like, I'm not gonna scream at y'all. Y'all be all right. Try one more time. There's 2 links now. Bob Gatto is gone, bro. That cat is. I mean mentally. I mean, he was never here. His mind is somewhere else, man. Like for real. Like you read Deuteronomy 28:68 in Hebrew, and it's like, come on, man. Yes, they did go back to Egypt. Yes. You ever read the book of Josephus? They went to Alexandria, Egypt. Download, brother. What's this? What up?
Oh, what's going on, bro?
Chilling, man. Who's this?
It's James from Los Angeles.
Oh, right. Yes, sir. How you doing, James? Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
I used to be in the Hebrew Israelite out here in Los Angeles, but we got caught up in a lot of homosexual stuff, so we had to kind of leave it alone for a while. I had to leave the group for a while. But
Yeah,
what's been going
I
on?
heard something like that. I heard something like that.
Yeah, well, in Los Angeles, a lot of the so-called Hebrew Israelites and everything, and a lot of people in the conscious community, they go to West Hollywood and deal with transvestites. That's an actual fact.
Ah, okay. And so that's hypocritical of people that's supposed to be, religious.
Well, I don't consider the Hebrew Israelites a real religion. It's a cult.
Yeah, I agree. All of them.
Only thing I disagree with you with, bro, is on Black Lives Matter. I do support them. I just don't support the Black Hebrew Israelites.
Okay, got you. What is it that you support? Why do you support them? I'll say.
Black Lives Matter?
Yeah.
Because the police in LA will beat the living shit out of you. They'll go across your head.
I mean, if we're gonna talk about any city that the police are ruthless, I think number one is probably you got to start in LA. You got a point there. I mean, there's a history. Look at Rodney King, and there's a history. I mean, if we go back in history, we could come up with a lot of evidence for stuff, So, but my thing is this. All right, with BLM, their one of the main things that put them out as a group, and the reason why they actually created the organization was because of Mike Brown. Remember Mike Brown in Ferguson?
Yeah, I've been in LA. I've seen the girls that created it back when in 2020 they have rallies. They had rallies by the ACLU building every Wednesday. They have a rally at the ACLU building. They're trying to get rid of police unions in Los Angeles.
Okay.
But the thing about the Black Lives Matter though, man, is I like what they stand for in the reforming the criminal justice system.
Yeah, well, you know that what's been happening, that's already started, the reforming. So what's happening is actually criminals are getting let out and they're reoffending. Like in Oklahoma City, have you ever heard of Julius Jones?
No, Oklahoma City, I think I know about that. It's in the sticks.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy because Julius Jones was convicted of murder years ago, right? And he was a black man that killed a white person. And then what's happening is now Kim Kardashian is bringing attention to different cases like this. And she is trying to just get him off of death row, right? So he got the death row because he killed his white guy for a car that he was probably going to get $4,000 for. And he never even asked him for the car. He just killed him in front of his daughter.
Oh.
So Julius Jones was given a chance to be heard, even though he was convicted with overwhelmingly amount of evidence. Now the BLM movement will start saying that the system is racist, and that's why Julius Jones is in there, and he's innocent. And this is what started happening with Julius Jones. And a whole movement started where this man, they started thinking that not that we need to get him off of death row and give him a lighter sentence, but that no, he's altogether innocent. The whole movement turned into something else, which is what usually happens. It happened with another dude named Rodney Reed, which is another black guy that killed a white woman. And it's like people are focusing on stuff because of race. Now, do you know that more white people get shot by cops every year?
Yeah, I know that. I do know it's more white people to get shot by the because there's more of them in the country. I know that.
That's a good response. Perfect. There's more of them in the country.
Now, now my rebuttal to that is: do you hear of any white people that? I mean, still the number of white people that get shot every year. There's more numbers, so that means there should be more news stories every year of white people that get shot by cops. What white people have you heard of that got shot by a cop? None.
I don't
right?
know. I don't know nothing about. I'm sure it happens. I just don't know them by name.
Why not? Why? How come there's no care about them? How come we don't say their name, but we know Breonna Taylor, we know Tamir Rice, we know the Amir guy that just got shot in Minneapolis, we know Mike Brown, we even know people that are not getting shot by cops, like Trayvon Martin. He got shot by a citizen, and they still made a big thing out of that. And it's like, well, how many times does black on white crimes happen, and they're not showing that trial? You know, like that happens a lot. So I think there's a hypocrisy with Black Lives Matter. That's my main issue. I don't have no problem with holding cops to a higher standard because they get away with shit, and I know about it. But yeah, man. I mean, you know, I appreciate you coming on here and just.
But one more thing I want to say.
Yeah.
You was with the Comforter. You was with that dude named the Comforter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Where was you at?
I was in LA, but it's so many Hebrew Israelite groups in LA, and they all hate each other. A lot of them, a lot of them, they be damn near about to fight each other up in Hollywood.
Yeah,
And,
yeah. That's why this is like that whole movement is not. That's not the movement. That's not the way. It's not going. It's not gonna disappear because people love that type of stuff, and I think that because people are ignorant and they just found a way to kind of appeal to black people and make it an identity thing. You know, it's like a race thing. You know, so it's like, yeah.
I was gonna say this though, but the thing is though, they hate a lot of them, they hate the white Jews, but the white Jews they got more sense in LA a lot of time. I will say that. They're not overly obsessed with the Torah and all that kind of stuff. They everyday people, they're the ones who they live good. But the black people
it's like Jon Stewart, you got all these comedians that they don't even be too religious. They'll be atheists.
Right.
They be cool.
But the Hebrew Israelites, if you have to stand on the corner and keep saying it, deep down you really don't believe that that's who you are, because you have to keep saying it on the corner. You have to every week, every Saturday, you have to go downtown and tell people you the real Jews. If you got to keep doing that, you obviously it ain't true. You don't believe that.
Is they got to reinforce it, and repeat it over and over. Yeah,
right.
That's a cult tactic too. Repetition, constantly repeating over and over. So yeah, it's.
Well, I was just gonna say one more thing. Well, how I kind of figured they was full of shit. One time I told them I was reading the Talmud, and they said, "Don't read that book. Don't read that book."
Yeah,
don't read that book.
That's called information control. If there's something that we shouldn't, we shouldn't be scared to read something like that. It's like, why? But yeah, it's information control, man. Don't read that. Don't listen to them. Those are the rebels. Oh, they're this. It's like you want to control what information I'm getting, so that way, I don't hear something that that might, show who you really are, what they're really doing. It's full of a lot of lies, bro.
What I did, I show your videos to a guy. He's an actual black Jewish guy, and I show him your videos, and he agrees with him in terms of the black Hebrew Israelites being a cult. He really wants to take them down, though, like in terms of shutting them organizations down. His name is I forgot what his name is. What I can do though, if you have a Facebook, I can tell you what his name is and everything.
Yeah, I have a Facebook. I have an actual page for San Miguel TV, like a channel page.
Okay, I was gonna say I inbox his name to you, but he has an organization. He really is trying to take the Hebrew Israelites down.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't think that it's gonna happen like that, bro. It's not. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to take them down, because one of the things, I don't know if you got to go, but one of the things that I like about this country is that you have the right to believe in whatever the hell you want, as long as you're not, trying to harm somebody. You could even you know, be out here saying something that's hateful. And it's like, you know, whatever, man. As long as you're not acting on that. And it's like, yeah, you're gonna be despicable. Like, you know, nobody's gonna like you. And I don't like that people out here hating, but you have the right to hate. You have the right to be an idiot. You have the right to do that. You can do that. But you know, where you start trying to say that no, my religion is better, or you, if you don't follow my religion, you're going to hell, and like now you're creating this whole damn system of just like, you know, a monopoly. Like you have a monopoly on God, and that's what cults do. They have a monopoly on God, knowledge, truth, and it's like if you can't get it, if you don't get it from them, you can't get it at all. So that's another cult tactic right there.
Okay, brother. I'm gonna see you, but I would just want to say, if you see a Hebrew Israelite, just tell them to take a DNA test. That'll disprove the whole thing. All right, bro.
I don't even believe in that, but yes, sir. Yeah, you know, thank you for coming on. You're welcome to come back anytime.
All right, thank you.
Peace out. You see how easy that was, guys? And I mean, I didn't know what he believed in, and it didn't matter because the conversation would have went the same way if he had the same respect for me. So I mean, Bob Gatto, you're still on here, man? You sent a message at 12:45, 6 minutes ago, and you just laughed. I mean, this guy's like very. I mean, he's a man of few words, man. Like whatever. But PJ, you sound like you got some sense at least. Gregory Blackston, man, you too, man. I mean, I like talking about this shit, bro. It's like even if I don't believe it anymore, you guys can come on here. Let's talk, man. Let's pull out the bullshit. You know, let's take the bullshit out and let's see what it's really saying in there. You know, because I really want to focus on Deuteronomy 28:68, where it says, "By the way whereof I spake unto you, thou shalt see it no more again." How come y'all can never explain what that means, Bob Gatto? Because I mean, you deserve a laugh, bro, for not being able to describe or explain what that means. By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again, and there is a place. There is not, can't be talking about a condition, bondage or slavery. It has to be talking about that same Egypt that I mentioned in the beginning of the verse, man. It's just called reading comprehension. You guys are just have like no reading comprehension because you've been fed this whole narrative that you have to stick by, because otherwise your belief falls apart if you don't, you know, do this picking apart of the scripture, this whole gumbo soup of I don't know what the hell you're doing with Deuteronomy 28:68. And you look at the word Egypt and you change it. That's called double speak. You're giving things double meaning. And then sometimes it could be this and at your convenience. So you can get away with your damn doctrine or whatever. But in Deuteronomy 28:60, it mentions Egypt also. It says that God is going to give you all the diseases of Egypt. Is that talking about bondage? Or is that talking about the diseases that they got in the land of Egypt? That's what it's talking about clearly. But in Deuteronomy 28:68, how do you know that that's not also talking about Egypt? When it says Mizraim, when you read it in Hebrew, and so does Deuteronomy 28:60, guys. You know, like that's what it says. It says Egypt in Deuteronomy 28:60. It's systematic. Forget about black people being challenged. First, you have a problem. Why don't you prove to your audience that black people aren't the children of You want me to prove a negative. You're reversing the burden of proof on me. You think that they are the Israelites. So why don't you prove that black people are the Israelites? The reason why I don't believe you is because you have failed at proving it. I don't have to prove the opposite. How do you prove that something is not? You know, you're not going to believe in DNA. You're going to deny that. But I'm showing you by what you say is evidence. I'm going to what you say is proof. DNA will not tell you that they are. You're wrong, bro. Stop listening to these damn fake, dumb, smart dudes These dumbass smart dudes is what they are. Because they swear that they know some shit. And they'll start talking about the A1B1. A1B1A. You don't know what the fuck that means, man. And you're going by it backwards, too. They're saying that what they're saying is that the A1B1A DNA that is found amongst Africans, they're saying that it came from Israel. No, it came from Africans. And then some Israelites got that DNA because everybody comes from Africa, man. And it went that way, north. It didn't come back down. It's not what happened. We can look at a bunch of different things. I mean, come on. Let's look at this real quick. Let's look at some artifacts, man. And we can see how the Hebrew Israelites look. You know, like you guys go by what? The color scriptures. Oh, it says they are black. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't say that they are black. Not when you read it in Hebrew. It's talking about something else. That's why y'all like to stick to the KJV, because that's what it does. Only book you should be worried about is the book of Obadiah. I know the whole book of Obadiah. It's a book of verses where it condemns the children of Edom, children of Esau, according to that book. By that book, they should already be extinct. Because if you know the history of it, it was talking about that time. And, you know, these people that call themselves prophets, prophecies, bro, they can't tell you shit, man. They can't tell you that there was going to be cars and toothbrushes and all this shit. Why couldn't they have the things that we have now? They weren't doing no open heart surgery. They couldn't even floss it. They didn't even know about flossing. They were dying from diseases of their teeth constantly. Horrible oral hygiene. They had no dentists back then. Why couldn't they prophesy, oh, there's going to be dentists in the future. Let's just do that now. They could have done, if they had the foreknowledge to do that, they could have done shit like that. But no, these motherfuckers were out here fucking living in tents in the desert, man. Catching all types of desert heat and seeing all types of fucking hallucinating and shit. That's probably what they thought was God. Oh, I had a vision. No, motherfucker, that's called desert heat and you're hallucinating. You need water. You need an air conditioner. Like, what the fuck? These motherfuckers didn't have anything back then, bro. We have air conditioners now, refrigerators. Why couldn't they have the foreknowledge to build a refrigerator to keep fucking food? No, you out here in the desert heat, you got to eat as you go. You can't even save shit. You got to live day to day. Take no thought for the morrow, Jesus said. Don't even think about tomorrow. Don't save. Don't invest. Just fucking live your life recklessly. That's the promotion here. That's what they're promoting, man. Why don't you check it out and see for yourself? I'm wrong. Bro, you're insane, bro. Have you looked at the Egyptians, man? Do you think that Egyptians are black? Do you think that do you know what a sub-Saharan African is? Do you know what the haplogroup J is, PJ? Haplogroup J are the Middle Eastern people. Canaanites, Israelites. Canaanites and Israelites are fucking identical. The Bible says that one came from Ham and one came from Shem. There's no history anywhere that tells you anything like that. You know, this is just, you're just believing whatever the Bible says and you're going with it. That's not evidence. You're reading a scripture. What have you found that corroborates with the scripture to prove that there was a Shem, Ham, or Japheth? There's no evidence of any of that shit. When you go into the history, Israelites came out of Canaan and the Canaanites. They had similar gods. You could read it in Exodus. Before they knew that God's name was I am or Yahweh or whatever you want to say, they called him Baal. That's what they called him. That's what the Canaanites called their God. Like, bro, you telling me I need to do my history? Like, come on, man. Do you believe Mexicans and Haitians are Israelites? Like PJ, tell me that you don't believe that Mexicans and Haitians
are from the same nation, and you believe in the fucking DNA shit too. Because I mean, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. I want to give you the benefit of the doubt and say that you don't believe that. But if you do, man, and you think that you know some shit, bro, you are sadly mistaken. Because I know the Israelites that don't believe in the Hispanics or Mexicans or whatever. But where's that A1 B1A DNA in amongst the Mexicans? Why are Mexicans so closely related to Asians, Siberians, Pacific Islanders? Look at their teeth. They have the same teeth as Asians, bro. The shovel-shaped teeth. You don't even know that, right? They have the monolid eyelids. I think it's a bad thing that you learned scriptures. Why is that a bad thing, bro? That's a good thing. Look, let me give you a scripture here, right? Deuteronomy 24:16 is a scripture. Now, Deuteronomy 24:16 says, "The father shall not pay for the sins of the child, neither shall the child pay for the sins of the father." I'm not making a joke out of it, bro. I'm trying to seriously come at the Bible from a non-biased, angle, which I know it's hard for people like you to do because you already accept it. So of course you're gonna have a bias. You're gonna fucking accept whatever the hell it says, bro. But in Deuteronomy 24:16, PJ, the scriptures, the holy scripture says that the children shall not pay for the sins of the father, and neither shall the father pay for the sins of the children, PJ. That's what it says. Why did God kill King David's baby? What did the baby do? That's my question for you, PJ. So please, just stop, getting distracted by this other stuff. I want to literally focus on one thing and just talk about that, because we were talking about Deuteronomy 28:68. Then I had somebody come on. I thought it was one of y'all, but I knew that y'all won't come on. I don't understand why y'all just can't come on here, bro. I don't want to make it an argument, but y'all you're pissing me off because I don't want to do this fucking typing shit, man. I can't understand. You're not getting your point across as good. If you come on here, I'll let you talk, man. What do you think I'm gonna do? Who are you talking to now, man? Look, you're talking to me here. You said, "I wish I could be there when the truth makes you realize itself." You're talking to me, right? I think it was a bad thing that you learned the scriptures. Then you said, "He has read the Bible." Like, bro, who are you talking to, man? Me? I'm asking you about a scripture in the Bible, bro. Listen to what I'm saying, man. Stop dodging, fucking bitch. Deuteronomy 24:16 says that the children shall not pay for the sins of the father. Why did God kill King David's baby? Those two scriptures, those two things don't match, bro. That's your Bible. What you mean? It's not me that did that. Your Bible did that, man. Come to reality. Stop fucking having this dick-sucking mentality about the Bible where you just want to accept everything. Oh, no, I can't. It can't be wrong. So I have to come up with another way of why it does that. Why is there a contradiction? Because there's a fucking contradiction, man. That's why. Because the people that wrote Deuteronomy 24 wasn't the same people that wrote fucking 2 Samuel chapter 12 and verse 14. It was different people, man. You think that they knew everything that was written in the Bible? It's just opinion. Why call people's names? Because I want to put an exclamation on what I'm saying. That's why. Because it's true. A bitch is a person that's scared, right? It's a proper name for this guy. Why wouldn't you come on here and just talk, man? Come on here like the dude did, and let's just have a conversation. I hate these fucking Israelites that just want to be on the side, fucking talking shit, never getting to an actual point and having a constructive conversation. You don't know anything. The child was conceived out of wedlock. But why was the child killed, PJ? What did the child do? Was conceived out of wedlock. No, he wasn't. The problem was that King David took the woman who was already married, bro, and committed adultery, conceived out of wedlock. According to the Bible, sex is marriage. What do you mean conceived out of wedlock? The problem was that King David committed adultery, man, with Bathsheba. Bathsheba was married to Uriah, who was a soldier in King David's army, bro. I know more than you about the scriptures, bro. You're lost. Stop coming on here like you know something, man. If that's why you don't want to come on here live. You're scared, bro, because you know you're gonna look like an idiot. So you want to hide behind the screen and type some shit that you don't even know, bro. You're not making sense. Conceived out of wedlock. Where in the Bible does it say you have to have a wedding? Who's gonna marry you? A priest by the power invested in me by the state of Florida? What? Who? Like, you're not making sense, bro.
Exactly. The child was conceived out of wedlock.
You mean out of adultery?
What are you talking about? Out of wedlock. That means that they weren't married?
He took her as his wife and kept her. They stayed married, bro. They stayed together. They had the kid. The kid did nothing wrong. Why did the kid die is my question, stupid. What did the kid do to deserve to die when it says that the children shall not pay for the sins of the father? What does that mean he was born out of wedlock? The child didn't do that. King David did that. So why did the child die? Do you understand what I'm asking you?
David was a man of God, and he was not. And he was not. And God was not going to let him have a child out of wedlock, stupid.
So why didn't he kill King David? Why did he kill the child when he had already said in Deuteronomy 24:16 that he would not kill the child because of what a father did? But you're not answering my question, PJ. What did the child do? Did the child commit adultery? Did the child have sex? The child did nothing. King David did it. Why did the child die? Do you understand my question?
David was a man of God.
If David was a man of God, then why did he have a child out of wedlock? That's fucking a contradiction right there on its own, man. He's a man of God. What makes somebody a man of God? If he's committing sins by having kids out of wedlock, then he's no longer, he's not a man of God, man. God is just picking and choosing who he likes. Doesn't the Bible say that God is not, he doesn't show favoritism? That he has no respects to person? Why did he let King David live? Because he liked him? He's his friend? The child was conceived out of wedlock. So why did the child die? What does that have to do with the child? The child didn't do that. That's an act that was done by the parents. The man and the woman did that. The child didn't do that. Why did the child die? God killed the child. The Bible says that God won't kill the child for the sins of the father. Remember Deuteronomy 24:16? You're forgetting that. This is how I know you don't understand much, because you can't get the simple things. Bro, doesn't Deuteronomy 24:16 say that the children shall not pay for the sins of the father? Doesn't it say that in Deuteronomy 24:16? Yeah, but my question is, doesn't Deuteronomy 24:16 say that the children shall not pay for the sins of the father? God damn it. Answer the question, bro. And maybe you need to repeat what I'm saying so you don't just say yes, because then I don't know what the fuck you're answering. Say yes. The Bible does say that. Say yes. Deuteronomy does say that. So I can understand that you're understanding, because I don't think that you want to acknowledge Deuteronomy 24:16. You're just completely ignoring it and saying wedlock. Okay, wedlock is a sin? Who did the sin? The father. Why is the child dying is my question. What don't you understand, bro? You sound like an idiot right now. Holy shit. What don't you understand of the wedlock? What don't you understand that the child had nothing to do with wedlock, bro? With having kids out of wedlock. Did the kid have himself out of wedlock, bro? So he had to die? Do you not understand what I'm saying? Don't people have to fucking be responsible for their actions, and they have to pay for their actions? What did the child do to deserve to die? Answer my question, bro. The child didn't do that. King David did that out of wedlock. Yes, but the Bible, okay, thank you. The child wasn't killed? Wait. What? The child wasn't killed for David's sin. The child was killed because it was conceived improper. Who did that improper conceiving? Wasn't it David that did that? How did this happen? How was the child born? Like, how did King David's dick get inside of that woman, Bathsheba? It was a mistake. It's an action taken by a person. So it was an incorrect action by King David, bro. Read that 2 Samuel chapter 12, verse 14, because it actually literally tells you, it speaks against what you're saying right now. It wasn't the sin. It was the child being conceived. What? When David and Sheba was not yet wed? Bro, Sheba was married to another person. It's not Sheba either. Is it Bathsheba? She was married to another person. King David killed that person. That was what God was mad about, bro. You don't remember what Samuel came up to David and said? 2 Samuel chapter 12, verse 14 shuts down this whole bullshit that you're saying. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that it was because they were not yet wed. You're making that up on your own, bro. You're just making that shit up on your own. Come on. See, this is not letting me pull up the scriptures right now, man. This is like, you fucking lucky today, bro. Because y'all on some shit. All of y'all. Especially you, PJ. I thought you had some sense, bro. You're making up your own reason. What don't you understand that God does what he pleases? Okay, but why would he say that he won't kill the children for the sins of the father and then do it? Why say that he won't do it? Why not say, well, you know what? I'm going to do what I want. So never mind Deuteronomy 24:16. But Deuteronomy 24:16 is a statement that says, I will not do this. The children shall not, which means it's wrong. Why should a child pay for something the father did? That makes no sense, bro. That's like fucking a man committing murder today, and then we put the child on trial, man. That's the same fucking thing, bro. What don't you understand? God does what he pleases. You're a bitch, nigga. You're simping for God, nigga. God does what he pleases. So God can do whatever the fuck he wants, bro. Oh my God. Why is there a law? And he doesn't stick to it, man. Shouldn't he be the prime example? Does what he pleases. But he's the one that said it, bro. He said that the children shall not pay. And then he's like, okay, well, he got to pay anyways. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You're an idiot, man. You're making excuses. It's called a confirmation bias. No matter what evidence comes out that this confirms your belief, you got to roll with the punches. Well, he's going to do whatever he wants anyways. You're a fucking idiot. You're an idiot, and that's it. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. You just got to make the Bible fit. It's called the Cinderella effect. I got to make it fit, so how can I explain it? Well, there's a contradiction. Well, you know what? God does what he wants anyways. You're an idiot, bro. And I know you are. You type like an idiot, bro. That's why you won't come on here. And you're still on here typing, but you won't come on the live, bro. That says a lot to me. What do you think that says, bro? What you're saying, no, man. What the Bible is saying, man. What you're saying is God goes back on his words, and there can be no agreement with that. What I'm saying, PJ, is that in Deuteronomy 24:16, this is supposed to be the words of God, the law. Deuteronomy, right? 24:16. Can you read it? Because it says that the children shall not pay for the sins of the father. Right? Now, what you're saying is that
Oh no, they just got married out of wedlock. That's not a sin. That's not the sin of David. Well, what the fuck is the sin then? Why would God be mad at it then if it's not a sin? What is it? What are you talking about, man? You're trying to fucking trick yourself and then trick me along with it. Stop tricking yourself, bro. It's called self-deception, man. You're self-deceiving yourself, man, to try to fucking continue with your dumb belief, man, because you never thought about this before, bro. You're just winging it, bro. You're just giving me whatever you got right now. You never thought about this before. Why the fuck? Why don't you say, well, you know what? Let me think about this, because I never seen this before. You calling me names because you fucking are frustrated, bro. You don't even understand. Like, I'm being an idiot, bro. I'm asking a question about why it says something here and then the opposite happened over here, and you can't deal with it, bro. No, it doesn't say that in the Bible, but you're trying to say God contradicts himself. What he's saying, and you're upside down for that. Oh my God. Deuteronomy 24:16 says the children shall not pay for the sins of the father. And then King David's son was killed for what King David did. Go read 2 Samuel chapter 12, verse 14, and stop making up what you think happened. Because 2 Samuel chapter 12, verse 14 tells you why the baby died. Okay? You're giving me the wedlock. Show me the scripture that says anything about being out of wedlock. Please show me that. Okay? Because this is stupid to even go back and forth about, you know, something that the Bible doesn't even say. You're making a claim. I'm pressing you on it. I'm challenging you on it. PJ, where does it say anything about that God killed the baby because King David had the baby out of wedlock? Where did you get that from? Where did you get that idea from, bro? Satan? Your mind? Because God or the Bible didn't tell you that. So I want to know where you got that from. Because 2 Samuel 12 and 14 will tell you something else. And you're an idiot, bro. You're just trying to wing it right now. You know that you haven't fucking thought about this before. That I'm trying to say is a contradiction. It is a contradiction. It's not what I'm trying to say. I'm showing you the scriptures, man. You coming over here with some damn dumbass Hebrew Israelite shit, man. You're fucking African, bro. Just relax. Accept that. You have a fucking, what is it called? There's a lot of issues with you, bro. You think it's all physical, man. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. What do you mean I think it's all physical? Prove that it's more than physical, bro. Prove it. Until you prove it, I'm going to say I'm unconvinced, bro. I'm not saying it's all physical. I don't know what you're even talking about. We're talking about King David and the son, man. Like, stop going off into other stuff. I don't understand the scripture. Where does it say that God killed the baby because they had a baby out of wedlock, bro? Tell me that, because I'm not gonna accept your lie or your fucking assertion of whatever you just made up. You just want to create your own shit about the story. It doesn't say that. He committed adultery, man. Had nothing to do with out of wedlock. That's not what the scripture says. God wasn't mad because he had a child out of wedlock. God was mad because that was another man's wife, man. That's adultery. That's the sin. What the fuck are you talking about? Where does it even say that having children out of wedlock is a sin? Where'd you get that scripture? Where's that from, man? You're just making up your own shit, bro. Get the fuck out of here, man. You're not explaining nothing, man. Waste of time, bro. Tell me what's on your mind, bro. I don't want to hear that. I'm giving you scriptures, man. And you're saying that, oh, what I'm saying. No, I'm giving you the scriptures, bro. And you know that what I'm saying is true. You just want to shit on it like, oh, nah. Oh, you know, you already know, man. I know how y'all cats are. It's called a confirmation bias. It's a psychological problem, bro. You can't accept it, man. You have to believe in God. You already took yourself this far. Look where you're at. And now you're realizing, oh shit, the Bible does say that. You want to make up, oh well, it's out of wedlock.
What scripture does it say that God killed the baby because they had a baby out of wedlock? I'm not saying nothing else, bro. Don't say nothing else until you answer that question. Address me directly like a fucking man. Stop being a bitch and talk about other shit. Look at this shit. No, because you're trying to give all Israel a bad name. What are you talking about? I'm trying to give all Israel a bad name. I just said that if you want to believe that you're an Israelite, go ahead and do that. That's your fucking right to do that. I'm trying to give Israel a bad name. Y'all give yourselves a bad name, man. When you out here damn killing people because they're Jewish and shit, trying to shoot them. That's not me. You have a misdirection of fucking responsibility, bro. You're putting the responsibility of what people are doing on me. That's your people, man. Bad name, bro. What are you talking about? Oh my God. Why don't you read it, bro? Because I'm trying to ask you about 2 Samuel chapter 12, verse 14, and a claim that you made. You made a claim that the reason why God, you're making a claim, a false claim about something that God did, something that's already in the Bible. Why do you have to make up a story? Nothing in the scriptures about them being out of wedlock, but they were. No, man. No, bro. The Bible tells you why God did what he did. It's in 2 Samuel chapter 12, verse 14, man. Go read that. You go read that. Because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man. Bro, you ain't ready for me, bro. That's why you don't want to get on this live, man. You're not ready, bro. You need to go back to the drawing board. If you was, you would get on the live, bro. If you were ready and you have scriptures ready. You're fucking panicking right now, trying to read Deuteronomy 20. Shut the hell up, man. I know what Deuteronomy 24:16 says. It's clear. Tell me why I have to go to Deuteronomy 24. What does that show? That God said that this would happen to the children of Israel, that he's addressing the children of Israel. Right? But it says God spoke to Moses, doesn't it? Didn't Moses write that? Why is Moses talking about himself in third person? It says God spoke to Moses. Didn't Moses write that though? Moses is writing God spoke to Moses. Wait, I'm Moses. Why am you talking about myself in third person? But you haven't thought about none of this shit. You're so focused on dumb shit and looking for race and color in the Bible and slavery and all this dumb shit that you're missing out on all this important stuff. The contradictions. No responsibility, bro. In the Bible, some kids mocked Elias's bald head. You remember that story? They mocked and laughed at Elias's bald head. And you know what God did? Or you know what Elias did? And God assisted? Elias prayed to God to do something to the kids. And you know what happened? There was 2 she-bears that came out of nowhere. And it said it tore apart 42 kids. These 42 kids. You know, which is actually a spiritual number. I don't believe any of this shit happened. I think that the story is just, they just threw this shit in there, bro. 42 kids? Come on, man. You mean to tell me these 2 bears got all 42 of these kids? None of them was running away while 1 or the 2 or the 3 or the 4 of the kids were getting fucked up? What the fuck? Was they standing there watching? This shit don't make sense, bro. And why would God kill 42 kids for mockery? You get death penalty for your words? For saying something? For mockery? This is what your Bible says. I didn't put that shit in there. Your Bible says that. How did we get here? Look where you're going, bro. Look where you're going, because now you're finding a problem with the scriptures. So now you're questioning, well, then if that's wrong, then how did we get here? Bro, if you can say, oh, I don't know how we got here, and the Bible is still wrong. The Bible is still wrong at that point. This is called an argument from ignorance. What if I don't know? Does that mean that automatically it means that there's a God? Prove that a God got us here. How about that? Where's he at, bro? Where is God at, man? And does he have teeth and a nose, nostrils, and nostril hairs and armpit hair like us? Because the Bible says that God made man in his image. So he must look like us, right? But the reason why we have teeth is because we need to fucking chew, and we use it to eat meat and different shit, right? Does God eat that? Why would God have teeth, bro? Why does he have nostrils? Does he have to breathe air? Does he also have lungs? No, you're the one that has the answers, bro. You're the one that acts like you have the answers because you say that you're dealing with God, that you know a high power now. I don't make no claims of dealing with any higher power, omnipotent, omniscient. You're the one that has some type of connection, right? You're an Israelite. You're the prince of the power. You have the truth. Bro, you should be amazing me right now with evidence, but you have nothing, bro. You have bad logic and interpretations of scriptures, and you're coming up with your own stuff. No different from Judas, bro. You're an idiot, man. God created Judas to be that way. He had no choice, right? He did that because he had no choice, man. That was his purpose. Now, why is he being judged for something that he had no choice in? He had no choice according to the scriptures. It was all destined and pre-written. And now he has to pay for something that he had no choice in doing. This is what your God does, bro. Some people truly are just here for the sake of being here. Bro, I make my own purpose. You want to assume that your purpose is according to what some Jewish people wrote in some book about what they believe. You want to continue on these dumbass fucking traditions, wearing fringes. What are you doing, bro? Like, you're not wearing fringes. What does that do? Tell me what wearing fringes does, man, or anything that's dealing with the scriptures, man. That doesn't have some knowledge on its own. That the Bible just took and said, well, yeah, this is smart, so we're gonna use it. But things like wearing fringes, like what the hell is that, man? Why couldn't they have come up, if they're so sophisticated in dealing with God, why couldn't they come up with a better system, where there was not going to be any slavery, where people are not treated as property? Because the Bible agrees with slavery. You can read it all up in Exodus chapter 21, Deuteronomy. It's all up in there. Why are there two different deaths for Judas? Because one of them says that he hung himself. And another story about the death of Judas says that he fell on top of some type of agricultural machine, and his guts spilled out and everything. You remember that? Oh, you just sat in it, bro. Thank you for bringing up Judas. Why are there two different deaths for Judas? Answer me that. Oh, you didn't know that? You didn't know that the Bible has two different deaths for Judas? Where you been at, bro? Why are you bringing out scriptures and talking about the Bible if you don't know that there's two different deaths for Judah? Which one is the true one? My purpose. No, that's not my purpose, man. I don't have to prove that. That's a negative claim, bro. You prove that they are. You're failing to do so. And then that the neutral position is that you're wrong. And just that you're not an Israelite. You're an African. Accept it. Same reason why you're confused. Yeah, so why are there two different deaths for Judas? Which one is the true one? Did he hang himself? You say he outed himself, so you're going with the hanging. You're going with that one. There's another scripture that tells you that he bought a plot of land, and then while he was doing some type of work on the land, that he fell over some type of I forgot how his word is in the book of Acts, I believe. And it says that his guts spilled out. If he hung himself, why is his guts spilling out? I mean, and you still haven't answered King David's baby, that whole thing. Because you're wrong on the wedlock thing. You admitted that there's nowhere in the Bible it says it. You're creating that yourself then. If it doesn't say that in the Bible, you're saying it yourself. There's two deaths for Judas to confuse people like you. So it's purposely done to confuse people, right? But how do you know which one to go with, though? Because you went with he outed himself, right? So both are possible. You see, that's called the confirmation bias right there, Yael.
because it doesn't say it as if this happened and then that happened. What you're doing is combining the two stories and trying to come up with a way to fit a fucking triangle in the circle. You're trying to fit a circle in a damn square peg, bro. That's what you're doing. You're forcing it, and you have to, because you already decided that you believe in this, but you haven't gone through it all. You prematurely accepted it all to be true, because you can't just accept part of it. You got to accept it all. But now you forgot about all these different things that are problematic, bro. You're right. I am wrong about the wedlock thing. You're right. I am wrong about the wedlock thing. But why don't you read all of Deuteronomy chapter 24 for us right now? Yeah, I get nothing up right now, bro. There's something wrong with my fucking mouse. I'm sorry. Let me see if it works now. Hold on. Oh, shit. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, man. Or the keyboard, it keeps typing stuff. It keeps, it's all messed up. But yeah, I'm glad that you admitted that you're wrong. That takes a lot, and for a Hebrew Israelite to do that, this is a first right here. This is a first. I'm gonna remember this. But I've read the whole chapter before. Can you tell me what it is about it, just to avoid all this, suspense that you're trying to build? Just tell me what I'm missing from chapter 24. It's not a contradiction to describe something differently. Judas was hung, and Judas fell down. You're intellectually dishonest and cannot deny what I said is correct. No, what you're doing is you're combining two different stories, right? It's just like, what were the last words of Jesus Christ on the cross, right? According to the Gospels, there's 3 different conclusions that you can come to. And then what you would do, because you have to confirm what you believe, or else, you got to change your whole whole worldview, and you're not going to do that. So what's easier to do is just to accept that they're both true, which is you're saying it doesn't negate it, but the story that's being told in the first part doesn't mention anything about guts spilling out, and then the story that mentions the guts spilling out doesn't say anything about being hung, and none of that when it's describing the death. So now what you're doing to get around the problem that you have here is just trying to combine it all. So what were the last words of Jesus Christ, Yael? Are you going to combine all 3 of them again? Again, both are possible, since neither negates the possibility of the other. Fact. I hear what you're saying. Trust me. But I don't think that's the more logical thing to assume. Because if you have somebody that's telling a story that they know happened about a death of somebody, and they don't include a vital piece of information like they hung themselves first, wouldn't you die from hanging yourself? If you hung yourself first and you died from hanging yourself, then you can't die from your guts spilling out. So what the death is saying in the second story is that he died by having his guts spill out. It doesn't mention anything about hanging himself. So the person that told the story, for some reason, left that out. Say that again? What'd you say? Again, both are possible. I can't see this. What'd you say? You said, again, it's not a contradiction to describe something differently. But that's what you're not understanding. It's not describing the same event. There's nothing in one that says anything about hanging, and then there's nothing in the other that says anything about guts spilling out on top of some machinery. There's nothing that says that. So that's not the same thing. It's not describing the same thing. It's describing 2 different types of deaths, man. You're not being honest, bro. You know that you see a problem with it, and then you're trying to fit where it doesn't go. This is what's it called? Cognitive dissonance, bro. You're holding two different beliefs at the same time, right? You're trying to make it just fit. And I see what you're doing, bro. Like, you don't think I've heard this explanation before? I've heard this explanation before. The problem is that the story that talks about the hanging doesn't mention anything about any guts spilling out or whatever. It says that he died by hanging himself. Now, the story that talks about the guts spilling out, it says that that's how he died. So did he die by hanging himself, or did he die when the guts spilled out? When did he die? Did he die after he fell off? Did he fail hanging himself, or did he die when he hung himself? Because the one story tells you that he died when he hung himself. The other story tells you that he died when his guts spilled out. When did he die? One doesn't negate the other. I'm asking you, when did he die? When he hung himself or when his guts spilled out? Can you answer that? You never thought about that, did you? You think I haven't heard this explanation before? And you only went that far to get that answer, and you never heard a rebuttal to that. And now you're hearing it, and you got nothing, bro. You're just repeating what you already said. Answer my question. When did he die? Did he die when he hung himself? Or was he dead already when he fell in the machinery and his guts spilled out? Was he already dead? Because why would the one death describe him that, oh, he died when his guts spilled out? If he was already dead when he hung himself, then he didn't die by his guts spilling out. That's the fucking shit that happened post-death. So you're wrong, bro. All right, but that's describing Judas's death. Dude, that's describing what you just said here. The story doesn't say he died because of his. It's describing his death, and it's specifically saying that his guts spilled out, and that was the death. He fell in the machinery and his guts spilled out. So what I'm asking you, and please listen carefully. Did he die when his guts spilled out there? It says the story doesn't say he died because his guts spilled out, but the story of that death is talking about his guts spilling out. Why is it talking about the death of Judas, and it doesn't mention anything about hanging? You know you have a problem, man. You have cognitive dissonance. You're trying to make it work. You're trying to fit the circle and the triangle. I know what you're doing, bro. You don't think I've been through this already? Why don't you answer Deuteronomy 24:16 and why God is killing a child, King David's baby, when he said he's not going to do that for the sins of the father? Isn't that righteous? Why would you kill a baby because of something a father did? You know? Because we're not going to get anything. We're not going to get anywhere over here with Judas. Fuck Judas anyways. We're talking about something that's actually important to me. Responsibility and agency for your sins, for what you did. What did the baby do to deserve death after King David slept with another man's wife? You know, these are more important questions because whatever, man. You want to get around this whole Judas thing by saying, oh, well, one doesn't contradict the other. There's two different stories for Judas's death. There's also three different stories for Saul's death. You know, there's so many issues in the scriptures, man. And you know that, man. You know it. You're trying to get around it, man. All these Christian apologists, it's what they do professionally. You're apologizing for making an argument. That's your proof. This doesn't prove anything about how Judas died. You're making an argument. We still don't have any facts. We have a story, bro. So I don't even know if that. You don't even know if that happened. You have to just believe it. And now you have a problem now because it's like, oh, there's two different stories. Shit, now I have to believe one of them. Well, I have to believe both of them because there's no contradiction. And you made it work somehow. Fucking congratulations. The human mind is fucking disgustingly wicked to do evil and come up with a way. You know, that's what you're doing. You're trying to come up with a way where you can get away with your belief. And you don't have to go through the hard, complicated pretty much method of, accepting that it was a lie and then maybe figuring out something else. You can't do that. It's gonna hurt you deep down. So it doesn't mention hanging. So what was it that happened, bro? Like, oh my God, Judas's death doesn't mention hanging. What does it mention? Let me see here. Judas' death. Yeah, because Bart Ehrman had a debate with somebody and brought this up, and this was the response that they gave. This is the modern response right now. One doesn't negate the other. Like, bro, I know what you're doing, man. This is not your original thought, anyways. So you're just parroting something that you saw the contradiction. You try to find an answer because it bothered you inside. You know it's problematic. But let's see here. You think the first person to ask these questions was? You think you're the first person to ask these questions? No, I know. You guys have been hearing these things for so many years now, and you've built up an argument for what you believe. What you don't have is actual evidence to show me that, oh no, this is corroborating evidence that Judas died. You have stories like what is Sennacherib, right? Sennacherib's prism, piece of artifact, in what do you call it? Assyria, right? And the Assyrian reliefs, that's what it's called. And Sennacherib's prism has the story of 2 Kings chapter 20 or 2 Kings chapter 19, where they besieged Jerusalem, and King Josiah, I forget who's the king, had to pay tribute, and then they went to war or something, and then angels came and fought the Assyrians, and the angels won that battle, but the Assyrians won the war. What was the point of God sending down some angels to kill an even amount of Syrian soldiers, by the way, conveniently an even amount, like 100,000 or some crazy number like that? It couldn't have been 997,600. No, it's an even number of soldiers. Yeah, it sounds very believable. But then you read this in Sennacherib's prism, and there's no mention of any angels coming to kill his men. And how did Sennacherib escape those angels, those death angels, or whatever that was? Sennacherib escaped. How do angels let anybody escape? And why is God sending angels anyway if he's cursing the children of Israel for doing something evil just to win a battle, but they lost the war? How does that make any sense, bro? And why is history not corroborating the story of the Bible? God should have known that we need some evidence here. My people need to know. Now, the guy before you, Yael, was saying that God purposely put two different stories in the Bible to confuse people. That's what he's saying. This is an Israelite right here. This is the way that he came to this conclusion. You came to a different conclusion about the two stories, because you don't want to admit that God is tricking people. But God does speak in parables. It says that. And according to this guy, God is purposely tricking people so that they can go to hell. That's what he's saying. But there's so many issues, bro. So many issues I can go over. Judas's death is just one, and you haven't really clarified it. You haven't done it any justice just by saying that one doesn't negate the other, so they can have both happen, and it's all combined. This is what they do with the Gospels, because the last words of Jesus Christ also is problematic. There's not, they don't all agree on the same thing. You've also built an argument for what you believe. Yeah, I have built an argument for what I believe, but I don't believe in things that I can't prove. That I say, oh, well, I have faith. I don't use that I have faith excuse. Because you're saying you have faith in something that you don't have evidence for it. You can't even test. It's unfalsifiable. You haven't clearly shown a contradiction. Well, are you just going to assume that it's true?
when you have two different stories and you're just going to assume that, well, it's all talking about one. But how do you know that that's what the writers are trying to get? You know, you're kind of assuming that, you know, and you're putting it together. You're saying, well, since one doesn't negate the other, and the Bible can't contradict itself because God is perfect, I'm gonna have to just, you know, roll with the punches here and just say that, you know, this is all one event. This all happened in one event, and the two writers that were just trying to describe one event failed to describe a complete half of the story that another one got, and so forth. And bro, this is a game, man. This is called fucking tap dancing and mental gymnastics, man. Congratulations, man. You got a way. You found a way to get around a contradiction, man. I mean, the human mind, bro. You can bend that shit to believe in all types of stuff. It's not using logic, bro. You're not using logic. How did you confirm that Judas even existed? How did you confirm that by using logic that Judas even existed? How did you confirm that, please? Because you read the Bible? But what corroborates with the Bible to show that Judas even existed and died? We can't confirm any of this stuff, bro. He's describing one event. What different viewpoint, man? It doesn't make sense, bro. If somebody wants me to describe a death of Tamir Rice, I'm not going to leave out any other information, man. I'm going to explain what happened that caused him to die. You know? And if that's what the writer was doing, then, you know, if one is describing how the person died, then the other one missed out on that information. They didn't describe it all. So why would you describe a death and not say that he hung himself or that, you know, a crucial piece of information? How is there a lot of evidence for the accuracy of the Bible when the book of Mark chapter 13, many of the original books that were found didn't go past verse 9. It stopped at verse 9. And then later on, years later, they started finding interpolations of Mark chapter 13 where after verse 9, things are getting added. And it's not just any regular scriptures. It's scriptures that talking about you're going to be able to handle poisonous snakes, all types of crazy shit where people have died because of those scriptures. People have snake churches, man. And they're saying, oh, well, I believe in Christ. I guess I can handle poisonous snakes. And they die, man. So those scriptures, why is that not found in the original ones? You have people adding stuff, man. There was no mark. There's no evidence of a mark. Like, you know that, man. These books were written decades, man. One was written a century, almost up to a century after Jesus Christ's death.
One is describing the after death.
If you were born, if you were born in the Middle East, like in Saudi Arabia, you would be making an argument for Allah and the fucking Quran, man. That's just the truth, man. People believe in you know, people believe in a religion depending on what damn location they're in and what's popular, man. This is craziness, man. This just is, man. That God had to send a suffering Messiah, and he had to put him through all types of pain. He didn't even do nothing, bro. There's more responsibility being thrown onto somebody else. Brutal violence and all this crazy shit, you know? Like, well, what is that, bro? I mean, I don't know if you even believe in the Father and the Son. I don't know, man. I don't know if you're an Israelite, because there's so many issues, bro, that we could get into. We could tap dance around these, you know, you try to find loopholes and oh, well, it doesn't negate it. It doesn't confirm it either, man. It doesn't confirm it. I haven't chosen my worldview. I'm compelled by the evidence, bro. If you show me evidence, I'm going to be compelled to believe it. I don't care what you say. or what you think that somebody said is true, because you're just believing what John and Mark or whatever the hell. You're just gonna go by it. It's just deny. No, man, it's not deny. It's evidence. Show me the evidence, bro. Your worldview is not any more logical or true than mine. I don't know your worldview, bro. I don't know your worldview. We're talking about Judas. You know, I don't know, man. I don't know what you believe in. Sounds like you do believe in the New Testament and Old Testament, right? There's a lot of evidence for the accuracy of the Bible. There's also some evidence for inaccuracies in the Bible, sir. So what about that? The Bible should be perfect. I don't care about the accuracies. I care about what's inaccurate. Because now you're of course you could show me some inaccurate stuff, but you're hiding. I'm sorry, the accurate stuff, but you're not addressing the inaccuracies. When I mentioned Sennacherib's prism and the angels, that's left out of that story. There could have been some corroboration there, but it failed. So what happened there? You know, that whole idea of angels is crazy anyway. So you believe in angels, bro. Have you confirmed that angels exist? You said my worldview is no different. Bro, you believe in angels, man. Like demons and shit. Like your worldview is insane, bro. Like my worldview is nowhere near what the fuck you believe in, man. Angels, bro. Come on, man. Please. You've chosen to deny. No, man. I'm at the position where I still have it open as an option. I haven't closed out any of this stuff, sir. You have taken the step and said a step further and said, this is true. I'm saying that you haven't convinced me yet, bro. Where is the evidence? Show me the evidence, then I'll accept it. I haven't closed this out yet, bro. Okay? I'm not denying. You're making it seem like you showed me evidence and I'm just denying it and you're just showing me the evidence. You're not showing me shit, bro. You were talking about a damn fairy tale here. But who are you? I'm the person's live that you're on. That's who I am, man. So if you want to have a conversation, you know, get on the fucking live right now. And let's talk, because you sound like you have some sense. But, you know, all you cats, man, all you cats do is just run, man, and talk on the sideline. Doesn't matter whatever you believe is insane. It's still a belief. Yeah, but my belief is actually based on things that I can prove. Your belief has something called faith, which takes a leap, which means I'm no longer believing in what I can prove. I'm going to take a leap and jump over here. I can't jump over there with you, sir, until you show me why. Okay? I'm still here in the neutral position. You're the one that's chosen to go somewhere else. People like you won't accept evidence. You've made that clear. Wow. People like me won't accept evidence. Oh my God, bro. The evidence shows me a lot about like just yourself, biology, right? There's evidence that you have a tailbone. It's called a coccyx. There's evidence of that, right? You're saying that God made us, right? Intelligent design and all of that. You know, so God put a tailbone here for us that doesn't do anything, right? You know, an appendix and things like that, and all types of stuff. My belief of what is not proof? What do you mean? You know, because I don't know what you're saying, man. You're not saying anything by saying my belief is not proof. My belief about what, man? My non-belief? You're the one that's making the claim, so you need to come with the proof, bro. Yeah, I'm not with all this going back and forth with the typing. Yo, get on the live. I'm gonna send the link right now, because I got like 10 minutes before. What does the tailbone do? Balance. But why do they call it a tailbone? You believing in angels. You see, there's all this added on comments after another. It's like, bro, just come on the live, man. This is like frustrating trying to talk to somebody doing this. I'm gonna send you the link. Just hold on 1 second. What's going on? Coming from a lower level. Double trouble. Yeah, believing in angels, bro. Yeah, it doesn't make sense, man. God can do everything on his own. He doesn't need angels, bro. And yes, it's insane that you believe that there's angels out here. What's the evidence of angels, bro? What's the proof of the angels, man? You think that there's evidence for these things? Like, bro, I'm withholding my conviction about angels until it gets proven. Is that okay? Or do I need to just fucking take leaps all over the place? Because for what, bro? Why do I have to believe that angels exist? Who cares? Like, what does it matter? What does that little piece of evidence matter? And that's the thing with you having to believe in it, bro. It's like you have already accepted this entire worldview. So you have to take everything that comes with it. Because if you leave out that you don't believe in angels, now you're going to look like a hypocrite. Because you have to believe everything the scripture says, bro. I'm not the one that has to be compelled by some book or some scriptures, bro, and just accept it like a package deal, even though it might not even make sense. You're the one that has to do that. You have to just accept it, whether you have evidence or not. And if the evidence contradicts it, you're gonna find a way around it. I know how you think, Yael. And if you're a Hebrew Israelite, yo, you're even crazier than I thought. Please tell me that you believe Deuteronomy 28:68 is talking about the transatlantic slave trade. Because if you're one of those guys, bro, I don't know why you're on my live if you're going to bed. Then. Like, why did you come on here, man? To talk shit on the sideline? Nah, man. This is all y'all been doing all day, bro. Come on, it's live, bro. What you mean you going to bed? Don't you gotta convince people? You know, the Bible says be ready to give answer, man. That's what the scripture says, bro. You got a soul here waiting to be saved, and you're fucking going to bed? Come on, man. The angels don't sleep. Angels don't need to sleep, bro. You got the power of God, and you got to go to bed. Come on, man. Yeah, I know you think you know some stuff, bro. You probably listen to Christian apologists to sharpen up your sword. But, I mean, I don't know. You could be a Hebrew Israelite. I might be wrong. The name just kind of gives me Hebrew Israelite vibes. But, I mean, if any Hebrew Israelite is on here or any believer that's been out, just been trying to, you know, say something and have a conversation without getting on the live. It's like, come on, just get on the live. Because this whole messaging shit, you try to address a bunch of things that I said through different messages. Like, I don't even know what you're responding to sometimes. So, if you're going to bed, bro, let me know when. Are you going to bed now? Like, it's just a convenient time for you to choose to go to bed while you was just on here, just posting fucking 50 comments. And then now, come on my live while I'm going to bed. You just posted 50 comments, man. You could have did that on the live, bro, without having to strain your fingers. I mean, this has been, I don't know, I can't say it's been fun because y'all just, I mean, the real fun would begin as soon as we can talk. You know, as long as we don't talk over each other and there's no disrespect, then it could be fun. You know, but this is just a little like, I get frustrated with y'all, man. Y'all claim all this knowledge, y'all claimed all this stuff, and then you never have the damn gall to come on and actually deal with somebody that's going to have a live response where you're going to have to think fast. You want to have the ability to look up your answer. That's why. That's what it is. You want to have that ability to just look up your answer real quick, just in case you don't know it, so you don't look like you don't know something. So I get it, man. I get it. Yeah, I don't know who's still on here, yo. If somebody's still on here, just I don't know, type 2. Otherwise, I'm going to my couch and watching some TV. Because there's no sleep for the wicked. Yep, that's it right there. That I'm calling it because Hebrew Israelites are a bunch of cowards. I have to go on your lives. I have to look for y'all. But when I'm ready for y'all to come, it's like I'm scared, man. I mean, this is going once, going twice. This is the last call for alcohol. You know, last call for the beat down. You know, because y'all make all these claims, man, about, you know, these extraordinary beliefs about angels and all this extra shit. And you don't need to even go to, like, you know, we don't have to have that belief. It does nothing. Whether you believe in angels or not, doesn't help. It doesn't help your life in any way. Are you going to be judged by God because you don't believe in angels? What's the point? But I mean, it is a crucial. To me, it's a crucial point that it just doesn't make sense. You know, the reason behind it. Why would a God who's omnipotent, omniscient, all-knowing, all of that, can do anything in the blink of an eye? He can make rocks worship him. He doesn't need people, is what he said. But he needs angels. But he does need people. You know, God is needy. He's jealous too. All of that. He creates good. He creates evil. He does all these things. You just got to accept it, is what the guy said. Well, God could do whatever he wants. He could contradict himself if he wants. Wait, hold on. But then if he contradicts himself, then, you know, he's... that's a problem, though. Apparently he can't do whatever he wants. Oh, man. It's over. This song is over. Thank you for watching San Miguel TV. This concludes your broadcast. Have a great night.